Chapter 21 PR/N. We're changing the class epidemiology of jet black to mechanics of jet black as we found the previous name unfitting of the content. All previous chapters have been updated to reflect this change. Sorry for the confusion and thank you for your understanding. Wag. Pierre, startled, hurriedly stepped away from Simon. How terrible. A son born between my friend and an enemy. How in the world? It was the first time he had seen Pierre so bewildered. Simon, who suddenly wanted to play a prank, loosened up his neck and mimicked Anna's voice. Darling, it's time for you to eat. Wag. Stop. Stop it. A nightmare. A nightmare is resurfacing. Get out of my head right now. Seeing Pierre in pain, Simon held his side with laughter. With this, he took revenge for hearing the dark history of his father that he didn't even want to know. I look forward to working with you, Pierre. Don't smile like Anna, damn it. Ha ha ha. Asterisk. The next morning had come. Simon had stayed with Pierre and learned about the operation of the Legion till the last afternoon of the weekend. You're hugely mistaken if you think undead are creatures that follow common sense. The reason why undead under the control of the Necromancer often eat people is because the caster didn't fully understand the undead. And Pierre's education was conducted from the point of view of an undead. It was a different kind of the point of view to Kizen's professors, so it was fun for the one learning. What makes the undead move is a strong will of death. Of all the things that a human can do, the closest thing to it would be determination. Simon tilted his head. Determination? Yes. Let me give you an example to make it easier to understand. Let's say you, a Kizen student, met an annoying senior. You think you want to kill him several times a day. Then the undead next to you will remember that determination. Simon, who was listening while nodding his head, suddenly felt the hairs all over his body stand on end. Wait. Then don't tell me. Yes. That undead will now try to eat up the senior while you're away. Flames swirled in Pierre's eyes. Even if your feelings for him are relieved. Even if time passes and he disappears from your memory. The undead will forever seek his life. That's ridiculous. Pierre chuckled. Don't worry, I'll tell you about these kinds of precautions from time to time. Going back to the main topic, the most important thing when controlling the undead is a strong determination. Boy, try ordering that skeleton standing in front of the wall to attack it. Ah, sure. Simon stood up from his seat and stretched out his right arm. Attack that wall. Rattle. The skeleton ran and started scratching the wall with his hands and kicking it. That won't cut it. Pierre shook his head side to side. Then how should I do it? Watch closely. The expression of Pierre's eyes became horrid. As long as you're giving an attack order to the undead, place hatred on whatever the target is. Think of it as the enemy of your parents. The devil who killed your lover. Put more hatred on that wall than anything else in the world. Destroy it. Tear it up. Shower yourself with its blood. The movement of the skeleton that was hitting the wall began to gradually change. He scratched hard enough to leave a mark on the wall and smashed it with his whole body. At the same time, Pierre's voice grew louder and louder too. Bang. Wham. Bobby-a-bang. The attack grew stronger and stronger. In the end, the skeleton started smashing its skull into the wall while letting out a horrifying shout. Seeing that fierce spirit terrified Simon. Do you now understand, boy? The stronger your determination is, the higher you can raise the potential power and initiative of the undead. While cursing at your opponent? I merely explained it from the perspective of you, humans. Language isn't important here. A first-class necromancer can express sincere determination even when giving orders to chop some wood. And even with the same determination, negative emotions such as anger, hatred, and killing intent have a greater effect on the undead. However, Pierre's voice couldn't be heard well in Simon's ears. The body of the skeleton attacking the wall was being destroyed and shattered beyond control. Pierre. At this rate. Try making it stop. You have the highest authority in the Legion. Simon nodded and looked at the skeleton. Stop. Stop it now. Slam. Slam. But the skeleton didn't stop. Although its skull was cracked and its hands were trembling, it screamed frantically and pounded the wall. Can't you hear what I'm saying? I said stop it. The skeleton didn't even pretend to be listening. It even had seizures and began to become more and more aggressive. Pierre watched the whole thing silently. It may have been a bit of a traumatizing scene for Simon, who was still young, but he needed to firmly embed and understand it. This could be used as an opportunity. The power of determination, and the weight that a necromancer's order carries. That skeleton wouldn't stop until it turned to dust. Even if its body crumbled and only its hands and feet remained, it beat the wall until its existence was erased. Because that's what undead were. Stop. At that moment, Simon shouted out while glaring. The air trembled and the ceiling rumbled. It was a booming shout, one that made even Pierre flinch. And then. Step. Finally, the skeleton stopped. Its eyes were glancing at the wall, but he couldn't dare to refuse Simon's command. Hey. Simon breathed heavily and glared at the skeleton. If you disobey my order one more time, it'll make you regret it. He didn't want to see the summon that he had created injure itself any longer. Seeing Simon's ferocious gaze, the skeleton hurriedly looked away from the wall and stood up straight. Looking at that scene, Pierre let out a silent exclamation. That kid is already capable of using an absolute order? It wasn't the level that could be accomplished by just telling them to put their determination in. It was really outside of Pierre's expectations. What kind of monster were you raising in the countryside, Richard? Simon wiped his lips on his sleeve and straightened his posture. Then, he scratched his head with an embarrassed face, as though nothing had happened. Pathetic, right? I can't even properly control my own undead. No, you did well. Of course, it was a compliment that came from the heart. In actual fights, there's no time to curse or scold them like you just did. Keep training so that you can move the undead by squeezing in your determination with one command. Understood. Suddenly, Simon staggered and placed his hand on his forehead. One side of his head was throbbing and hurting. It's because you used up all your mental strength. A necromancer always suffers from mental illness. Get enough rest. Got it. Rest was also important, but he hadn't eaten anything since last night yet. Simon said he should return to Kizan soon. We'll need a means of communication if you're going back to Kizan. Pierre threw a small skull out of who knows where. That's my clone. If something happens in Kizan, use this and call me. Thank you. It was a skeleton with a squishy texture. Simon took a pin out of his bag and hung it there, like the other students decorating their uniforms. It wasn't bad, so it could be considered to be fashion. Then see you again next weekend, Pierre. I'll look forward to your new achievements in the coming week. Sure thing. Simon packed his things and left the ruins. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It was about to get dark when he arrived at Kizan. Simon returned to the dorm after reporting his safe return. Kuhaha. It's been so long, Kizan. Pierre's clone hanging on Simon's school uniform spoke while twitching. Of course, that voice could only be heard by Simon. You mentioned that the student protection period isn't over yet, right? Yeah. ITLL finish next week. Very well. I'll be able to see a lot of fun in the future. Kuhi. Simon opened the door to room 409 and entered. Rick was lying in bed and Kajan was nowhere to be seen all weekend. Oh, Simon. You're back. Rick got up from the bed with a glow on his face. Hello, Rick. Did you have a good weekend? It was SOSO. It's the first day, so I just got to know the merchants and made some investment promises. How about you? Simon placed Pierre's clone down on the desk before taking off his uniform jacket and handing it in his closet. I just met someone I know. I guess I spent it well. Actually, it wasn't just spent well. Simon became the commander of the Legion, a title which only 7 people held in the world. Pierre's clone, who was placed on the desk, grinned. It's good that you spent it well. Ah. By the way, did you see the updated class schedule for next week? Nah, not yet. The faculty staff in Kizan were necromancers who were in active service. The schedule was always flexible since the students' schedules fluctuated a lot due to their missions and other matters. All students had to check the changed schedule once a week. We have beginner dark magic for both tomorrow's morning and afternoon. If it's beginner dark magic, it's that class with the group activity, right? That's right. Kizan's freshmen took a total of 9 classes. Curses, mechanics of jet black, summoning, necromancy, hemomancy, poisonous alchemy, combat magic, defense against the holy arts, and beginner dark magic. Among them, a class that was slightly unusual compared to the rest was beginner dark magic, and the professor of this class became the professor in charge of Class A. Classes were conducted in groups, and all of the other 8 subjects were tested. I hope Professor Bahil is in charge of Class A. With the recent teleportation incident, Rick seemed to be hooked on Bahil. Anyway, that's not important. Looking at the schedule, I think the group will be made during tomorrow's beginner dark magic class. And once a group is decided, it stays that way for the whole semester. This is a matter of our life and death in Kizan. Looks like it. A group composition for the whole semester. It was undoubtedly important. Simon also tilted his head with a serious face. The composition of the group has to be very well strategized. Rick's eyes lit up. First of all, it's advantageous if the 4 members of the group are good at different subjects, you see? I'm pretty average at everything, but the highest score on my entrance exam was mechanics of jet black, so I'm gonna go this way. Simon thought for a moment and said. I haven't taken any exam yet, but I think summoning would be the best for me. Okay. Then 1 summoning, and 1 mechanics of jet black, huh? It's really well balanced. Rick continued to speak as he looked through the pocket notebook with the profiles of the Class A students. SEA the novelfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Then our next number 1 priority recruitment target is unquestionably an aspirant in curses. Curses? How come? I'll explain. Look closely. Rick put the pocket notebook down and took a notebook and quill out of the desk drawer. The subjects with the highest credibility points in Kizan, what's known as the 3 studies of a necromancer, are curses, the mechanics of jet black, and summoning. The students call it CMS for short. Rick nicely wrote curses, mechanics of jet black, and summoning in the notebook and tied them together with a circle. While looking down at the notebook with careful eyes, Simon said. We've completed MS. That's why we need a curse specialist. As expected from you, Simon. You're catching on quick. Well, these days, the proportion of summoning has lowered, so some people call it CMSN or CMN, putting necromancy instead of summoning, but it's a fact that these 3 subjects are the most widely known ones. Simon nodded his head. And after the CMS, there's a thing known as the 4 majors, necromancy, hemomancy, poisons, and combat magic. In short, NHPC. These subjects are also important, but there are many cases where people choose it as their major and dig in deep rather than feeling like they need to learn everything to begin with. Rick wrote down all 7 subjects in the notebook and wrote the last 2 subjects below. And the supplementary subject, defense against the holy arts, and the general compulsory subject, beginner dark magic. People call it DB, combining those 2. It's impossible to choose these subjects as your major. I understand. Simon organized it in his head while counting on his fingers. CMS, NHPC, DB, for a total of 9 subjects. Yup. 4 people in a group, right? If we bring in an aspirant for curses and complete the CMS, who should we recruit for the 1 remaining member? That's what we need to put our heads together for and think about right now. Rick got excited and turned the notebook to the next page. First of all, it's good to skip combat magic students among the NHPC, you know? People from combat magic are only good at combat magic. They tend to be bad at the other subjects. I checked everything in Professor Hong Feng's class last time. So we have to consider those kinds of things too? Yes. And generally, students who want to major in curses have high grades in defense against the holy arts, and students who are into hemomancy tend to have high grades in poison, as a lot of things are compatible between them. We need to understand all these kinds of things. Simon and Rick pondered the plan to recruit for the group until late at night. Rick, who had a lot of knowledge, led the plan, and Simon, who was listening quietly, also sharply pointed out some things. Rick immediately agreed and changed direction too. As a result. Perfect. Then, we're finalizing this, okay? Okay. The recruitment targets, prioritized from number 1 to number 10, were decided for tomorrow's group class. Chapter 22. The recruitment targets, prioritized from number 1 to number 10, were decided for tomorrow's group class. The number 1 target was Jamie Victoria. She was a student aspiring for curses and had excellent grades. Having a cheerful personality and the ability to take the initiative were favorable factors too. Number 2 was Claudia Menzies. She was the ideal talent who was mainly good at hemomancy and pretty good at poisonous alchemy. If they could recruit her, things would be comfortable throughout the first semester. Other than her, they've created a list up to 10th place. Even if we can't recruit Jamie or Claudia, it's important to let go of them and move on to the next students quickly. When recruiting, I'm going to appeal that you, the special admission number 1, is in my group. Would that be okay with you? Yeah. It's okay. The two lay down on the bed after making a lot of plans. Simon was feeling somewhat proud. Would there be any other group that prepared this strategy like us? He was inwardly looking forward to their class tomorrow. *****. The next morning. A new week at Kizan had begun. When Simon entered the lecture room for the first period, beginner dark magic, it was completely different from last week, where it was deadly silent. Now people were babbling with the ones they knew. When Simon sat quietly and pulled out his textbook, Rick placed his hand on Simon's shoulder. Just came back from talking to Jamie. I guess I'm done making everyone remember my face. Simon gave a look of admiration. You're really good at this. Hee. Managing personal connections is essential for business. This was originally my job. Just then, footsteps were heard outside the lecture room. The students ran and sat on their seats. It was finally the moment where they'd find out who the professor in charge of Class A was. Please be Bahil, muttered Rick. Simon also thought that it would be nice if Aaron of Summoning became the professor in charge of Class A. Other than him, Hong Feng from Combat Magic was fine, and Eric seemed like he could teach dark magic in a kind and caring way. In the moment when the door opened. Everyone's jaw dropped. Why, you gotta be kidding me, right? Rick's eyes were shaking too, as if there was an earthquake. The professor broke through the silence and stood in front of the platform. A cold and sharp impression, short hair giving a highly restrained feeling, and charismatic purple eyes. Kizan's deputy president and a person who held the title of vice president. Jane Olivia. She was Kizan's second in command. I have the title of vice president, but during class, you can freely address me as professor. The closest confidant of Nephthys, and a big shot who wielded the power of Kizan on her behalf. She was close to the pinnacle when compared to the professors that they'd seen. Why is that person in the first year's class? Silently muttered Rick. As he said, she didn't usually teach students by herself as she was the deputy president, and even if she did, it was mostly the third-year classes. Well, as you go through life, you may encounter unexpected situations, Rick Hayward. Rick got startled and stiffened, as if he had seen a frightening image. How does she know my name? The back of Rick's head was drenched in a cold sweat. Jane turned her head to look at the students. "I'll be in charge of class as beginner dark magic class for 1 semester. As Rick mentioned earlier, I've only been in charge of third-year classes, so..." Her eyes narrowed. "I want you to give enough effort so I won't feel much difference in level." The sound of students gulping was heard all over the place. Actually, it was great luck to attend a class of Kizen's vice president, but they couldn't just smile. Not with the rumors about her. Jane was the person most suited to the slang term commonly used among students of Kizenish. She was famous for daringly expelling students from school if they didn't show any talent or if she didn't like their attitude. Even the powerhouse of Kizen, the third years, couldn't avoid the blade of expulsion, so it was understandable that the class A students were already in fear. Then, "I'll be beginning the class." Through the silence, Jane opened her mouth. As everyone probably knows, Beginner Dark Magic is a class that oversees 8 subjects and supplements the basics of necromancers that those subjects cannot teach. As she signaled, the assistants took up a thick bundle of papers and handed them out to the students. "Before that, you must know what your skill levels are in the 8 subjects." Simon and Rick's shoulders trembled. A test for all subjects from the first class. It was a completely unexpected situation. The test duration is 22 minutes per subject. Well, first take 4 subjects, then take a 4-minute break to take the remaining 4 subjects in succession. If I catch someone cheating, I'll remember the name and expel the student from school when the student protection period ends. They didn't even have time to take a breather. Jane, who had simply put the students under pressure, declared with her arms crossed. "Then, we'll begin the test. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk." It was the first ever school test for Simon. At the same time, it was one of the toughest and most painful 3 hours in his entire life. Of course, it was more mentally painful than physically exhausting. 7. After the paralysis curse was cast, the target's body showed symptoms of muscular stiffness and myotonia before becoming petrified 20 minutes later. Assuming that the target's internal mana loss rate is 0, which of the following is the correct jet black value to add to the target's curse resistance and paralysis magic circle? I can't solve it at all. The black parts are letters, and the white ones are paper. It was also clearly written in a continental language. However, Simon couldn't understand the questions at all. He was frustrated. It must have been a solvable problem, but the situation where he had to sit spacing out while other students were moving their quills was frustrating. A feeling of helplessness that he had never felt took over his body. It was arrogant to think that he would adapt to Kizen well just because things had been going well recently or he had acquired his father's undead legion. Yeah, this is the reality. As he hadn't done any prior learning, he had to work harder than others. Simon didn't give up and became more desperate as he faced problems beyond his reach. The 3 hours passed, feeling like an eternity. It's so hard. After the tests were all over, the expressions of the other students weren't that good either. Rick turned his head as he passed his test paper to the student behind him. "How was it, Simon?" Simon put on a bitter smile. "I guess I really have to study hard." "Same." After retrieving all the papers, Jane spoke, looking at the students. "Good job with the test. Enjoy your lunch, and I'll see you in 2 hours." "Thank you." No matter how terrible their moods were, their body standing up when hearing the word lunch was the same. As the Class A students ebbed away from the lecture room. "Let us begin." Yes. Jane and her assistant's work had just begun. They divided and distributed the test papers, scoring in their own seats. Among them, Jane was the absolute fastest. Her hands were moving so fast that it couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Her quill went all the way down and straight to the next page. But at some point, a girl's face appeared next to Jane's desk. She was placing her cheeks on the edge of the desk and blinking big blue eyes. "You must be busy. Why did you come here, Nephis?" Hearing Jane's cold question, the girl smiled innocently and said, "To play." Jane ignored her and went back to scoring the papers. As Nephthys got annoyed, she played pranks, grabbing onto the desk and waving her legs. Jane struck Nephthys on the top of her head with the edge of her hand, unable to take it anymore. Ouch. Please don't disturb. Wah wah. You always hit me, Jenny. Holding the crown of her head, she burst into tears, ran, and grabbed the hem of a nearby assistant's robe. At the sudden appearance of the ruler of Kizan, the color of the assistant's face also turned white. Phew. Jane sighed. Please don't bother my poor subordinates and come this way. No. I don't wanna. You're gonna hit me again if I go. Hurry up. As Jane spoke coldly, Nephthys approached, pouting her lips. Everyone, please go to the empty lecture room next to this and finish scoring. Yes. As if waiting for it, the assistants took the test papers and evacuated out of the lecture room in a hurry. Nephthys put tension on her eyes and inflated her cheeks. Jane. I think you're too cold towards me these days. I'm the same as usual. Humph. You really have changed. When I picked you up from the slums, you were an innocent child holding my hand tightly with frightened eyes while trembling. This is what happened to that innocent child suffering from overwork and work-related stress 24/7. Jane told her flat and passed half of the test papers to Nephthys. She blinked her eyes. What's this? What do you mean by what? While you're here, help me score these papers rather than disturbing me. After grasping the situation too late, Nephthys stepped back while laughing. She turned her back to try to run, but Jane, who moved faster, grabbed Nephthys and wrapped her arm around Nephthys' waist. No. Let me go. I don't want to work. Jane calmed down the struggling Nephthys with one more strike to her head, then made her sit properly and handed her the test papers and a quill. Jane, do you know that this is child abuse and violation of the labor law? Who the hell is the damn child here? Stop complaining and do it. Okay. And for a while, there was only the sound of the quill moving in silence. Jane, who had finished 5 test papers at once, glanced at Nephthys. Nephthys, scoring the test paper with her cheeks inflating, wrote dumb on the wrong question. What are you doing? Please stop fooling around. Once again, a merciless attack on the head was made. Nephthys covered where she was hit with both hands and teared up. But he's actually dumb. He got the question point 2 component problem on poisonous alchemy correct but made a mistake on the comparison problem right beneath it. Jane looked at the problem and smiled. He solved question 2 using a formula, and question 3 was solved with only common sense, without passing it through the brain. It's a common mistake students make. What a dumb. What's his name? Nephthys turned over the paper and looked at the front side. The name was hidden. It's a blind evaluation. If you grade by looking at the name, it might become biased. You're going this far for just a test? How thorough. Even if it's just a test, there are a lot of interesting specimens. Jane pulled out a sheet of paper from which she had finished scoring. And this is the opposite of what you graded, Nephthys. What is it? From question 1 to question 15, they got all the basic questions wrong, which are basically free points. However, she turned over the test paper. Question 20. He challenged the most difficult problem. Question 20 on the last page. The whole test paper was filled with formulas that could make someone dizzy. What are all these? Ancient runes of the mechanics of jet black, formulas of an instant skeleton from summoning, and exhaust calculation method from curses. Don't tell me? Yes. This student hasn't prepared any lessons in advance. He deduced the answer by carefully combining only the contents of last week's class. Nephthys read through the test paper. What? He used a summoning formula when it's a problem that requires calculating the amount of jet black? So he solved it by assuming that the resistance is proportional to the jet black loss rate. Yeah. So did he get it right? Using the Theron formula, the answer is 1,200,000. Then what answer did the student write? 1,200,146. Jane's expression became frighteningly serious. It wasn't the answer that was intended by the question, but he gave an answer that was closer to the correct answer. Nephthys glanced at the test paper. She could see that the strict Jane had marked question 20 correct. Nephthys, there's something I want to ask. What is it? Why did you assign me to the first year's class? And? She tore the white paper covering the student's name. Simon Polantia. In Class A, where is this boy? Nephthys rested her chin on both hands and smiled softly. Essia, the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Hee. I don't really understand what you're talking about. Jane sighed inwardly. You're like a 300-year-old fox after all. Chapter 23. The Class A students returned to the lecture room after eating to take the second class of beginner black magic. What? Are the results already out? And as soon as they entered the lecture room, all hell broke loose. The test results of all the Class A students were posted on a wall. Whoa, that was really fast. Get out of the way. Rumble. As soon as the students entered the lecture room, they threw away their bags and ran. Not only their grades, but also the grades of other students were all publicly shown. Kaya. 85 on curses. Ugh, hemomancy got all my average chopped away. Should I change my major for real? See? Didn't I tell you to just pick option 5 for combat magic? Your hypocrisy disgusts me. You cried saying you fucked up in curses. Why is it 80? It was so boisterous that it felt like a public market. Simon didn't want to check his grades, but he wasn't so stupid as to run away from reality. He opened his eyes wide and checked his grades. Simon Polantia. Curses, 40. Mechanics of Jet Black, 33. Summoning, 76. Necromancy, 35. Hemomancy, 20. Poisonous alchemy, 20. Combat magic, 43. Defense against the holy arts, 40. I guess I'm not too surprised. He was prepared mentally, but it was a disastrous grade. The only consolation was that his summoning grade had reached 70 points. Perhaps thanks to studying over the weekend, it seems that the grade came out well. Simon. How were your grades for the test? Asked Rick as he hurriedly ran towards Simon. 76 in summoning. Everything else is doomed. Wow. 76? Rick tapped Simon's shoulder. Good job. To be honest, it exceeded my expectations for a person who didn't have any prior learning. It's way better to have one subject that you're good at than to have a decent average grade. How about you? My highest grade is 74 in Mechanics of Jet Black, and the rest are in the 60 to 70 range. I guess I'll get around 70 as my average. Simon blinked his eyes. You're also good at studying, huh? I just studied to the point where I won't be expelled. Rick's face slightly hardened as he said that with a shrug. By the way, this is something we didn't expect. The other students' grades are all revealed from the first class. Rick's plan was to quickly recruit talented group members in a situation where information about each other was lacking. However, if everyone's grades were revealed in this way, the students would select their members based on clear and visible criteria. Everyone. The students who went wild with their grades revealed were out of control. The female assistant said while flustered. Please return to your seats. Professor will be arriving soon. Leave them be. Slide. Just then, the lecture room door opened, and Jane entered. At her appearance, the shouts of the students were cut off. Still, their gazes were reluctantly directed towards the grades. I'll give you 30 minutes from now, said Jane as she put her bag down on her desk. After checking your grades, make a group of 4 people. Except under special circumstances, this group will be maintained throughout the semester. The expressions of all of Class A hardened. She was starting right away? Henceforth, basic dark magic will be conducted as a group class, and tasks that can be solved only when each team member works together will be given. Individual and group grades are calculated separately. Of course, even if an individual excels, points will be deducted if teamwork isn't achieved between the members. Phew. After letting out a breath, she swung her tie and straightened it before raising the corners of her lips. So, you'll have to choose good members, right? At that statement, the emergency switch turned on in the minds of all the students. It's 30 minutes. Students who couldn't form a group by then will be grouped together to form a separate group. Now, begin. As soon as she finished speaking, the students' voices poured out. Jasmine. Who's Jasmine? It's me, why? You had a pretty good grade in curses. Wanna join us? We got mechanics of jet black and necromancy aspirants here. Looking for 3 CMS. Above 60. Any group looking for high-ranking necromancy? The race to recruit members has already started fiercely. Simon and Rick also nodded and split apart. Rick will go directly to Jamie, the highest priority recruit. Simon moved in search of Claudia, the second priority recruit. But unfortunately, she was already talking to the other 2 students. Seeing her talking with a flushed expression, it seemed that she had been completely taken in. Rosenthal, a curses aspirant who was the 3rd priority, acted as the leader herself and looked for members. And the 4th priority, Catherine, a hemomancy aspirant, was being persuaded by Rosenthal. In the blink of an eye, groups were being formed one by one. This won't do. Rick, who went to Jamie, was also struggling. Students who performed well in this test were given some kind of power. They wanted to form a group around themselves. In particular, as all groups tried to fill the 3 studies of a necromancer, CMS, as a top priority, curses aspirants were running out rapidly. This was a crisis. The blank was too big if they couldn't fill up the curses spot, which had high credit. Calm down. Simon erased the anxiousness that filled his head and calmly analyzed the situation. It's still early, and there's not a single group that has 4 people. They aren't really searching. Everyone's in a hurry because there's a time limit. They tend to combine as long as they have similar grades or different majors. The students with average grades are forming groups quickly, and those with the highest grades are observing the situation for now. In that case, what I can do here is. Finally, Simon set a goal and started moving. While numerous students were talking and exchanging stories, Simon steadily walked between them. Occasionally, some students tried to talk to Simon, but Simon refused them euphemistically, saying that they could talk later. He only had one target. I found you. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Finally, the target came into Simon's eyes. Unlike the other students who were rushing about, she was like a person from another world. She sat with her arms and legs crossed and sat quietly while observing the situation. Other students around her glanced at her while trying to read her countenance, but they couldn't take the initiative to talk to her. It was probably because it was nearly impossible to convince her to bring you in with a mid-range grade in the 60 to 70 region. Simon daringly dug through such a gap of hesitation and finally came to her. Malin Valen. The top of Class A. Ranked first in the entrance exam grade. And the only one with an average grade of 90 in all subjects on this test. I want you to join our group. Simon was aiming to recruit the top from the beginning. The students, reading the situation around them, began to whisper after seeing Simon. Hey! Hey Simon! Rick, who broke through the students before Simon knew, mouthed, that's reckless. In fact, Malin wasn't the number 1 priority recruit because Rick concluded that it was impossible to bring her in. Simon raised his hand a bit to signal Rick to count on him. How funny. Her eyes, reminiscent of a cold glacier, scanned Simon's face. Do you think being a special admission means something? A voice like a cold blizzard blew. Even if you're a special admission, it's just that you had some sort of personal connection, isn't it? I only believe in what I see, clear numerical values. A firm and defensive attitude. And I'm sorry, but an average grade of 30 like yours is a little bit off. Lastly, reality coldly digging into the heart. But Simon endured it. Negotiations to recruit the top started now. First of all, throw in the bait. You had a pretty low grade on summoning. 85. Her eyebrows twitched. Summoning was Malin's only subject in the 80s, and it was her provoking point. But she didn't budge and fought back. Are you in a position to say such a thing? Still, my summoning grade is higher than yours, you know? Of course he knew. Simon took a deep breath. I promise. 1 month. In just 1 month, I'll surpass you in summoning. Her eyes widened sharply with the whispers around her. Are you crazy? Such bluff, anyone can. If I don't. Simon interrupted her and said. I'll drop out of Kizan. A shocking declaration from the special admission number 1. You could hear bated breaths from everywhere. So far, there had never been a single case in the history of Kizan that a special admission number 1 left the school on their own accord. Malin let out a laugh, but the corners of her lips were trembling slightly. You must be really crazy, huh? If you don't want to be humiliated, quickly take back what you said. I just said what I can do. Simon was speaking very calmly. Malin slightly bit her lips. Simon seized the initiative in an instant, and a strange mood was flowing. He'll surpass me? How arrogant. Know your place. Her eyes turned to Hector, who was mixed among the onlookers. But apart from the war of nerves with Simon, she also had her own calculations. Malin had to maintain her position as the top of Class A through the whole first semester, no matter what. And the biggest hindrance to this was Hector. His test results were good, and above anything else, he was a person who was better at practicals than written exams. If the dual assessment and performance assessment, which to be happening soon, were reflected in the grades, she may lose her place at the top of Class A. Therefore, I need to crush him in the group class. One problem was that Hector was strong in summoning, getting a grade of 88 on this test. From the 8 subjects, it was the only subject that Malin was falling behind in, even in the performance assessment. That was why Malin thought of reinforcing an ace of summoning to help her in this group class. However, Hector moved faster than anyone else and succeeded in recruiting the only person in Class A who scored a 90 in summoning, Pierre Berkeley. Except for Pierre, the rest of the summoning aspirants were just average. Their summoning grades weren't that different from hers. Simon Polentia. Although he didn't have any prior learnings, he proudly defeated Hector in the first summoning class. Like many Class A students, Simon left a strong impression on Malin. Malin was placed in a situation to make a choice between the two. Recruit other summoning aspirants with scores in the 80s. Or, carry a wild card named Simon, who has defeated Hector head-on. In that sense, Simon's statement that he would surpass Malin wasn't provocative or bluffing. It was an appeal of the latter option, which she was concerned about. He talked as if he could read her mind. Sigh. Search * the novelier.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Finally, after a long time, Malin organized her thoughts, uncrossed her legs, and stood up from her seat. That promise. You can really keep it, right? Simon smiled and held out his hand. Definitely. Malin grabbed Simon's hand reluctantly. It was the moment when Malin, the top of Class A and the only student with average grades of 90, joined Simon's group. Chapter 24. The group of Simon and Malin was born. Rumors spread quickly, and the students around them began to whisper. Whoa, the two of them are in the same group? The special admission number 1 and top of Class A in the same group? That's too OP. We don't know about that. From what I saw earlier, Simon didn't even have high grades. While the students who observed Simon recruit Malin went back into their own competition, some furtively approached Simon and Malin. Do you still have space in your group? I'm an aspirant for the mechanics of jet black. Can you let me in? Don't you need a combat magic aspirant? Simon. Simon. You remember me, right? I'm the one who talked to you in class last time. Simon tilted his head back in surprise as the students suddenly rushed in. Wait now. Let me pass through. Thanks. At that moment, Rick, who skillfully penetrated through the students, smiled nicely and waved his hand. I'm sorry, but we don't have any vacancies right now. We're negotiating for one remaining member, so to be honest, it'll be quicker for you guys to just find another group. Who are you? Asked Malin, narrowing her eyes. Rick smiled confidently and placed a hand on his chest. I'm Simon's groupmate too. Rick Hayward. What? Malin turned her head. Hey Simon, I never heard that a clumsy one like him was part of us. Simon scratched the side of his head and smiled. I told you that I want you to join our group. So there was a burden. Malin sighed silently and opened her eyes. What aspirant are you then? I'm an aspirant of the mechanics of jet black with a grade of 74 and a general average of 70. Pretty average. Actually, from Malin's point of view, as long as she was able to reinforce her weakness, summoning, the rest of the subjects didn't matter. A minimum of 90 in all subjects except for summoning. No one could surpass her. And an average score of 70 and 74 on his major subject meant he was relatively good in all subjects. It didn't completely satisfy her, but an all-round player who could support her was an acceptable selection. Okay, got it. As Malin moved on without saying much, Rick clenched his fists. Then, he turned his head and looked at Simon. Kayaha. For real? You? He was looking at Simon like looking at a hero who returned. The two lightly bumped fists. You're an excellent problem solver. How did you just bring Malin in? The timing was just good, I suppose. But are you really okay with the deal you made earlier? Simon nodded. He thought that, if he only studied summoning from now on till he almost died, it would somehow be fine during the midterm tests. Please save the tearful friendship between boys for later. Malin spoke sullenly as she rested her chin on her hands. Who'll be our last member then? We can bring in anyone you want. Just say the word. Rick was really confident that he could bring in anyone. Who would decline the group with the best ace card, Malin? He could also probably pull out even the students who had already decided on a group if he spoke well. But of course, if he did that, they'd be making enemies for the rest of their school life. Malin closed her eyes and pondered. First, we need to prioritize putting CMS together. It'll take curses. That would be great. Then do you have any subjects that you're weak at among the 4 subjects of NHPC? There's no such thing. I'm good at everything. She answered as she flicked her light blue hair behind her ear. She was a little bit full of herself, but Rick laughed it off because of the halo effect from being top of Class A. But if you had to pick one? If I had to pick one, I think it would be better to find a specialist for hemomancy, which has a lot of calculations and takes a long time to solve. Hemomancy? Okay, I'll bring one. You guys just relax and rest here. Rick left for the battlefield, where countless students were entangled. The ones left, Simon and Malin, sat quietly and passed the time. About 10 minutes passed without a word. Malin, who pretended to be trimming her nails out of awkwardness, glanced at Simon and said, Hey. Was it Simon Polantia? I've never heard of it. From what family are you? A baron of Baldwin Kingdom. We manage Les Hill. She nodded her head. So he's from Baldwin. She had never heard of a territory named Les Hill. How about you? Her eyes widened at Simon's question. Huh? Don't you know me? I don't. Kook. It hurt her pride a little, but she couldn't get mad when she also couldn't recognize Simon's family. She spoke while forcing her smile. I'm from the family of the Ivory Towers side. Simon recalled his knowledge of the ivory tower in his head. He knew one thing. The ash-blonde-haired girl who took the oath with him at the entrance ceremony was the successor of the ivory tower. Ah, ivory tower, you mean where that special admission number 2, CERN, is Fr. I'm sorry, but... Malin's smile thickened frighteningly. Can you not say anything more? Thanks. Alright. She coldly looked away. What's wrong with her? Simon was confused. Malin didn't get angrier because she knew Simon didn't deliberately bring up the topic, but she had a very uncomfortable expression on her face. Looks like he said something that he wasn't supposed to. Noble families are complicated after all. Still, he just had to learn slowly, one by one, and be careful. Simon filed away the topic that the new member was sensitive to, and in the distance, Rick was returning with an imposing gait. Did you wait long? A female student was standing next to him. Huh? Her face was familiar to Simon. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A small height and an innocent, puppy-like face. She stared directly at the floor like she was shy. He wondered where he saw her. She was the same girl that Simon helped because she couldn't get on the hippo on her own during the combat magic class. I was wrong. Rick waved her notebook and looked at Simon. Then, he introduced the female student to the two of them. This is Kamabura's Ursula, a hemomancy aspirant with a grade of 87. 87? Malin whistled, and Simon smiled too. Kamabura's bowed her head. I'm Kamabura's Ursula. If my name is too long, just call me Cammy. I still have a lot to learn, but I'll do my best, so I won't drag you guys down. We're in the same grade. You can talk more comfortably, can't you? Simon's question turned her face red. I'm still 16, yet I enrolled in Kizan and Rick also chipped in. Age doesn't matter. I heard that there's 20-year-olds in the first year too. Yes. If you guys wish, I'll talk more in a comfortable way. It seemed that she was more comfortable talking politely. Simon and his group members decided not to force it. Having successfully formed the group, the four of them sat around a desk. 15 minutes had passed from the 30 minutes Jane mentioned. It was just halfway through. I can finally put my mind at ease now. I thought I was gonna get a stress-related disease. Muttered Rick as he stretched. Simon's head was aching from the short period of concern. Kamabura's was also chatting with Malin like she was relieved from the stress of group selection. Whoa, I knew it. You're from the Ursula I know, right? Yes. She's really amazing. Exclaimed Malin. If it's Ursula, then it's that famous vampire family. Simon looked at Kamabura's in surprise. This girl was a vampire? Looking at her again, Simon could see the unique protruding fangs on her innocent face. I also have wings. It just can't be seen because it's covered with the uniform. Her back wiggled and moved. Isn't it uncomfortable? It was, a little, so I asked the administrative office to mend the uniform. By next week, I'll be able to get the wings out of the clothes. It's a relief that they'll fix it. Rick, who was quietly listening to their conversation, folded his arms. But it's a little odd. The daughter of the Ursula family has come to Kizan, but why aren't there many rumors about her? That's... Her face turned red, and she hunched her shoulders. Malin glared at Rick and scolded him. Hey, how could you just ask something like that? What's wrong with it? Ugh. For real, you're not a noble, aren't you? I'm a commoner. This is why we aren't on the same wavelength. She folded her arms and shook her head. This time, Rick's expression turned cold. Once again, the pride of the nobles starts. Thanks for helping a commoner like me understand. You're annoying. Don't talk to me. Please don't fight. Shouted Kamabura's. As everyone suddenly looked at her, she covered her mouth, thinking her voice was too loud, and lowered her head. Independent Illinois tell you. Actually, my mother is an ordinary human, so. With that one statement, Simon immediately finished grasping the situation. A daughter born of a concubine in a vampire family. Her father may have been the great vampire of the Ursula family, but her mother would be a human concubine. Simon, born to a necromancer and a priest, also had the same family problems as her, so he could fully understand her feelings. I am sorry. Rick scratched the back of his head with an awkward expression. I didn't intend that when I asked. No. I'm fine, really. Hee. Not trying to make up for it, but since you told us your family background, I'll share mine too. I'm the son of the owner of the White Cow Merchant Association. Rick said that and observed the others with secretly expecting eyes. Camabarez covered her mouth in amazement, but the other two didn't react much. In fact, Simon just really didn't know as he lacked background knowledge, and Maylin was a little surprised on the inside, but she turned her head because she didn't want to show it. To be exact though, I'm the third of the 8 sons of the owner. There was a trace of bitterness at the end of Rick's statement as he said that. My father is trying to pass the business to my eldest brother. All the educational capabilities of the family are being concentrated on him. Me and the rest of the sons are nothing but a plan B, so we're just being used as they like. As they like? CTHNelfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Yeah. In my case, I was sent to Kizan because I had a talent for dark magic. I was told to find out the needs of dark magicians and conduct market research. That was why Rick said going to Rochester on weekends was more important than having classes on weekdays. Of course, I haven't given up yet. I'll properly graduate Kizan too. And I'm thinking of making a huge merchant association with my name on it in Rochester instead of the White Cow Merchant Association. Then maybe my father will look at me again. Simon chuckled. That's cool. Camabarez also clapped her hands. I'll cheer you, Rick. Maylin mumbled with a sullen attitude. Do your best or whatever. Simon and Camabarez laughed audibly. Oh my, the vibe in this group already feels good. The assistant teacher approached with a smile. When the 4 of them were about to stand up, the assistant told them that it was fine and put a piece of paper down on the table. You guys are group 7. Please write the members' names here and the majoring subjects next to them. Understood. And you have to decide the group name and the group leader too. Simon blinked. Group name? Yeah. Actually, it doesn't really matter. Professor Jane will just call you Group 7. There's still some time left, so think about it carefully. The assistant teacher left, and the 4 of them looked at each other. Maylin said. I'll be the leader. Any objections? There were no objections. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that half of Group 7's power came from Maylin. As the 3 nodded, Maylin wrote her name in the group leader column in stylish handwriting. Then what should we name our group as? She said it isn't anything important, so let's just put anything. Rick giggled as he placed his arm behind his head. How about something like this? Hard carried by Maylin. When Maylin was about to really write it with a delightful expression, Rick stopped her, shouting that it was a joke. Simon. Do you have any ideas? Asked Rick urgently. Simon uttered without thinking. Team 7. That lacks sincerity. How about this? Pink Rabbit Girls. We're a mixed group. Please consider our place too. Again, everyone's eyes turned to Maylin. As she blushed slightly, she cleared her throat and said while pretending to give in. W wasn't the name that Rick mentioned good? Hard carried by May. Let's just go with Team 7. Hey. Chapter 25 inches the end, Team 7 was the group name decided on, and the documents were submitted. Simon observed the other students in Class A while the students who had decided on a group were exchanging talks in a relaxed mood. Simon's group was the 7th group, meaning that 28 students had already formed a group. The competition among the remaining students was fierce and bloody. Now, there were only a few students who were moving individually. The students mostly gathered the rest of the group members after forming 2 to 3 people. Wouldn't it be better if we just merged? You're 2, and we're 2 so. 2 of you are poison aspirants. Why do we have to join a dogsit group? Whoa, they're terrible. What the hell is that combination of 2 jet blacks? If you made a group with your friends or close people, this was a problem. They got to know each other quickly because they had the same field of interest or major they wanted to pursue, but it was bad to stick together with the same major aspirants in a group class. The beginner dark magic class evaluated a whopping 8 subjects. When having different majors for all 4 members of the group wouldn't be enough, it was a huge loss if they had overlapping majors. Those who still couldn't make a group usually had that problem. It'll save only one person from your group. A blonde female student walked up with an arrogant expression on her face and raised her finger. She had already found 2 members. Get lost. If you hadn't taken Lucy, would already be a 4. A female student stepped forward as the other group members growled displeased faces. El leader? I'm sorry, everyone. She said it even without looking back. I'm an aspirant of hemomancy. It's fine, right, since it doesn't overlap? Welcome. You're quick-witted after all. Assistant teacher. Well, submit. The leader, who made the group herself, left and became the 4th person in the other group. The remaining students trembled with anger, feeling the sense of betrayal. That's cruel. This was what happened during the student protection period. Simon seemed to vaguely understand why only 300 could survive out of 1,000. There's no time to worry about others, Simon, said Rick. If we don't move forward relentlessly, we too will be eliminated. And elimination in Kizan means farewell. I don't even find them that pitiful. Maylin put her fingers together and blew on them. Lack of effort, lack of preparation, and lack of skills. It's been 4 days since they came to Kizan, and what have they been doing? If their grades were lacking, they could have tried looking for other ways to find groups. Rick and Maylin seemed used to this kind of atmosphere. Finally, the 30 minutes that Jane said had passed. A total of 8 people remained. They feuded in groups of 2, 3, and 3, and in the end, no one was able to complete the group. For those students who haven't decided on a group, please come forward. Jane randomly created 2 groups. Group 15, Jet Black, Poison, Combat Magic. Group 16, Jet Black, Combat Magic. There were relatively many mechanics of Jet Black aspirants because, as it was a compulsory subject, other aspirants also had relatively high grades in Jet Black. Because of this, the demand for mechanics of Jet Black students in the market plummeted, and they ended up remaining till the end. The students who had been called to the platform sank their heads with hardened expressions, and some students who had formed a group already sneered at them. Whoa, 3 Jet Blacks on Group 16? Is that for real? Pfft, I don't think you'll see them next week. They'll be doomed if there's even one problem about curses. At the sounds of other students sneering, the 15th and 16th groups became even more depressed and hunched their shoulders. After choosing the leaders, Jane looked at them and said in a quiet voice, "Are you frustrated?" The students nodded slightly. Some even shed small tears. There's no rule that your end will still be off because your start was slightly off. Remember this frustration now and try harder. Even if you're Jet Black aspirants, divide yourselves up and study other subjects to raise your average grade. Then you'll see the light. The students nodded their heads with desperate faces. Then I'll make a major announcement first. Next week, after the student protection period ends, we plan to conduct a group performance assessment in the first class of beginner dark magic next week. Hushed exclamations could be heard from around the room. The performance assessment was a test that was directly reflected in grades. This was the real deal. Then I'll explain the contents of the performance assessment. When she gave the signal, her assistant triggered the mana projector. A picture of a certain large monster appeared in front of the students, projected with light. It was a monster that even Simon knew. A cyclops. A medium-sized one-eyed monster with monstrous power. It was a monster that lived mainly in the mountains of the western part of the continent and reigned as king there. Yes, your next opponent will be the cyclops. The students' mouths opened wide. Aren't we skipping too much? I'll explain the rules. You and your groupmates must enter the underground dungeon in Kizan and work together to defeat the Cyclops. Sounds of relief could be heard at the fact that at least they're going in with the group members. But only one student will directly encounter Cyclops. The other three can stand in a set position to support your groupmate or weaken the monster. You aren't allowed to attack directly with dark magic. Clamor. The three in the set position couldn't use offensive dark magic. Then it couldn't be said that it was completely a 4:1. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Jane continued her explanation. You're obviously allowed to use disruptive skills such as exhaust, bind, and blind. Therefore, we'll allow the injuries of monsters out of that kind of judgment. Bleeding of hemomancy and poisoning of poisonous alchemy are also allowed. Of course, attacks by summons are allowed too. However, you aren't allowed to use direct offensive magic such as smite of combat magic or blood arrow of hemomancy. You'll know the exact standard when you receive the handouts distributed by the assistant teachers after class. The students nodded with serious faces. Sarthanafire.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The one student will wear powerful defensive magic under the participation of Kizan's safety guard. The grading criteria are the success or failure of the Cyclops hunting speed, stability, teamwork, creativity, and the perfection of dark magic used. She continued after looking around the students, who went silent. You're going to have to push your skills to the limit this week to face the Cyclops. Instead of taking class carelessly, make it your own and use it for the performance assessment. That's all. Any questions? Countless hands rose from all over the place. Jane pointed at the student in front of her first. Jamie Victoria. We aren't dealing with a real Cyclops, right? I heard that Kizan also has a virtual battle simulation system, so with that. It's a fresh, living Cyclops just caught from the western part of the continent. Coldly asserted Jane. You'll have to sign a life waiver before you take the performance assessment. With that statement, Jamie's face darkened rapidly. Still, it's probably weaker than a Cyclops you'd meet in the wild because of the curse and potion treatment for capturing. Next question. Scott Snyder. You mentioned that the hunting of the Cyclops is also a criteria for grading, but what happens if we can't hunt them? Failure to hunt is the lowest score independent of the other criteria. If there are other failed groups, you'll compete with them based on criteria to determine the ranking. A deep silence dropped in the classroom. There are 3 cases in which the failure to hunt judgment is made. First, when an entering member becomes incapable of combat. Second, a professor or safety guard judges that combat is no longer possible. Third, if at least one of the group members raises their hand and declares that you're giving up the test. Next question. The students raised their hands in succession and asked questions. Jane answered all of them smoothly. In fact, the parts that the students were curious about were mostly similar, so after 5 more questions, all of the other students' raised hands were down. I believe that Class A has 2 more beginner dark magic classes left this week. Each group will have time to present their Cyclops hunting strategy in the first class. As Jamie said earlier, in the second class, we'll have time to adjust and tune our sense of action through a virtual battle with a Cyclops. And the third class will be the real fight. The words real fight created a tense atmosphere in the classroom. Jane looked at her wristwatch. For the rest of the time, you'll be able to discuss the Cyclops hunting strategy with your members. First of all, decide the group member to battle the Cyclops and prepare a way that draws 100% of the strength of the other 3 support members. I'll be here if you have any questions. Jane sat down on the chair as she had finished speaking. The assistants clapped their hands. Now, students, please begin. As if waiting for it, clamors broke loose from everywhere. Rick and Maylin also leaned towards the table with their eyes shining. As expected from Professor Jane, a real fight with a monster as soon as the protection period is over? So intense, said Rick. Maylin had a twinkle in her eyes too. I like it though. My heart is just racing. Now I'm starting to feel like I'm in Kizan. Simon looked around once and said, let's also make a plan already. Is there anyone who wants to be the participant? Maylin raised her hand. Rick, who was sitting next to her, cried out as he got hit, but her eyes were shining like she didn't notice. Me. I'll do it. Are you confident? I'm the strongest one here. Of course I should be the one to do it. Rick stroked his cheek and glanced at Maylin. Hey. This isn't something that you can decide that simply. You have to approach it strategically. In my opinion, this performance assessment is so advantageous to the team with combat magic aspirants. It's as if they're trying to support combat magic. I agree too. Kamaburas quietly agreed with Rick's statement. The attacks of Cyclopes are heavy, making it difficult to block it with defensive dark magic, and it also consumes a lot of jet black. Dodging would be best. Simon slightly turned his head to look at how other groups were doing. Like they had the same thoughts, he could see the combat magic aspirants, who struggled to find a group, confidently bringing out their opinions. Most of the groups with combat magic aspirants seemed to make them the entering member. Nope. I beg to differ. Maylin returned to her calm face again and folded her arms. Did you forget it already? Only the entering member can attack the Cyclops directly. What are the methods of attack for the combat magic aspirants right now? Beating them randomly with jet black reinforced fists? How can you use that to hunt the thick-skinned Cyclops? Ah. Yeah, that is a problem. As Kamaburas and Simon agreed, Maylin smirked and leaned back on her chair. Then do you have a means of hunting the Cyclops, Maylin? Of course, Cammy. She smiled confidently and spread her palms out. A magic circle was drawn on the palm of her hand before black flames blazed and rose up. Kamaburas exclaimed. Dark flare of jet black elemental magic. Is this enough? Amazing. Being able to use this magic already. Rick was displeased with Maylin acting arrogantly, but he had to acknowledge the dark flare. Then, I'll explain my plan. Maylin stopped the black flame and said while leaning forward. I'll burn the Cyclops with dark flare, and the three of you just go with cursing. If you guys keep stacking the exhaust curse to slow the Cyclops, I can cleanly burn it to ashes. Rick crossed his arms and clicked his tongue. With that plan, you'll be able to shine, but we're completely useless, aren't we? You, who's in charge of curses, is set as the person entering, and you want us to only use curses like a machine behind you. Then what could be a better plan than this? Tell me. Rick was speechless because he couldn't think of one right away, but he twisted the direction and attacked. To begin with, that plan's prerequisite is that you can cast dark flare while dodging the Cyclops attacks. Can you really dodge it? Why couldn't I dodge it? From what I saw, your physical strength was pretty damn poor. When we were running in combat magic, you were on the very end while huffing and puffing, and Professor Hong Feng had to help you because you couldn't even jump over the valley properly. This time, Maylin blushed. That's true, but... No. Shouldn't you, who is in charge of the cursing, make sure to not let there be a chance of me being attacked in the first place? If I get beaten, your curses are just bad. Curses aren't our specialty to begin with. As Maylin and Rick were fighting like cats and dogs, Kamaburas, who was caught in the middle, moved her head as she was flustered. Bam! The two flinched and turned their heads. Simon, who hit the desk with his hand, had a serious expression on his face. Then let's do it this way. Chapter 26. Simon gave an opinion. So the problem is that Maylin can't dodge the Cyclops attacks, right? Then I can help her with summoning magic. How? Skeletons. I'll take out the undead to distract the Cyclops while Malin prepares a dark flare and attacks it. It was undisputed that Malin's dark flare was the most effective means of attacking in Group 7 right now. And if protecting Malin was a problem, Simon could make a move in terms of summoning. Not only could he attract attention, but he could also receive the attacks directed towards her with his undead instead. Oh. Malin smiled a content smile. Now you're talking. So a special admission is a special admission, huh? NGH. A solution to the most important problem of Malin's survival seemed to be showing. There were no other good ideas, so Rick had to accept his role too. Malin turned her head, face lit up. What about you, Cammy? Are there any binding skills in hemomancy? Camabura scratched the side of her head and smiled. Blood magic is a versatile study, absolutely focused on offense, so I think it would be better for me to just use curses. Malin nodded, satisfied, and looked at Rick this time. Rick, who was squeezing out the idea, finally sighed profoundly and resigned. I'll train exhaust for a week. MHM. That's for the best of the team, said Malin as she became high-spirited. Simon comforted Rick with a smile. We haven't finalized the strategy yet. We still have time until our next strategy assessment class, so let's keep thinking. Why yeah. After answering with that, Rick saw Simon in a new light. The group leader was Malin, but it was Simon who coordinated the differences between the members and brought up the atmosphere like a real leader. And all the while, he also took what he could. If he could protect Malin, who was the core of the attack, with his undead, high evaluation in the teamwork grade was definitely guaranteed. As they discussed the specifics, the bell rang, announcing the end of the class. Jane got up and said, by next class, prepare a 10-minute presentation on how to hunt the Cyclops. The role of each member and the dark magic used must be clearly stated in the document. That's all. Thank you for the class. Simon's face, which was serious from the discussion, finally broke into a wide grin. The moment of a class ending was pleasant no matter how many times he enjoyed it. Run, Simon, said Rick while reaching into his bag. There's a limited hamburger steak at Restaurant 3. Simon smiled and stood up. I can't miss that. After finishing the meal, Simon and Rick arrived at the lecture room for poisonous alchemy, where the last class of the day would be held. To be precise, it wasn't a lecture room, but a place called Poisonous Alchemy Second Lab, and large magic pots were placed under the writing desks. When Simon and Rick were unpacking their things while sitting somewhere in the middle. Hey! Merchant! Malin entered the lecture room wide-eyed. Camaburas was following next to her while smiling. Your information was wrong. You said there's a hamburger steak in Restaurant 3, didn't you? It wasn't even on the menu. Rick giggled. That sold out in 5 minutes and was removed from the menu right away. Ah, so annoying. That's why you should have run like crazy to the shortcut like me and Simon. I don't know such a way. Would it kill you if we moved together? Rick waved his hand. What? You want to eat together with us too? That's too much. Let's not act like we know each other except in beginner dark magic. I don't like it either. Malin said so and unpacked her things on the seat next to Simon. But there's nothing I can do until the Cyclops performance assessment. I'll make it clear. If you guys are uncooperative and drag down my grade, I won't just sit back. Whoa, how frightening. You won't just sit back and what? As she stood still speechlessly, Rick came over and pricked up his ears. I'll listen to you closely. So what? What are you going to do? Calm down and say it. While snarling, she said. Independent Illinois curse you. I'm going to place 100 cursed dolls in your room. Rick laughed. Before that, you'll either get caught in my information network and get arrested for breaking into the men's dormitory, or be found dead because of an angry Kajan Edvalt. Who's Kajan Edvalt? A certain someone. Rick grinned and supported the back of his head with his arms. Who are they? Maylin was shouting at Rick to tell her, and Rick was teasing her that he won't. While they were quarreling like children, Camabarez and Simon's eyes met. She gave a smile with her eyes. Hello. Hello. After a while, other students came in, and the lecture room became full. Then, the professor of the poisonous alchemy entered the classroom too. Who's the class president in this class? The professor's name was Lang Strauss, an old necromancer with a skinny body, a bent back, and a wrinkled appearance. We don't have one yet. Then you do the greeting from now on. Yes, sir. Jamie Victoria stood up. Everyone, stand up. Bow to the professor. Hello, sir. Yes, yes. Welcome. Search *the Nefire.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Lang was the only professor in Kizan who made the students stand at attention and bow towards him. He slowly climbed up to the platform with his cane. So what's your class again? We're Class A. Oh, right. Was this the first class for Class A? Yes, you're right. Lang said as he opened the textbook. And then everyone, please turn to page 1 of the textbook. Lang then began to read the textbook in a slow tone. The impact was great. 10 minutes after class started, the eyes of the students started to droop. The destructive power of his way of speaking and slow class tension was truly outstanding. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he almost liked spraying sleeping gas from his mouth. And therefore poisonous alchemy isn't just about handling the poison. Combining and arranging various potions too. Dozing. Rick's head dropped down all of a sudden. Simon let out a wry laugh and hit Rick with his elbow to wake him up. He got up in shock, but his head went down again in 5 minutes, making Simon's efforts be in vain. Under the guise of reading a textbook, a boring theoretical explanation continued for 40 minutes. Half of the students were resting their heads on their desks. Lang raised his head and said, and then we'll try to make the low-grade poison potion written in the textbook. At last, a practical exercise. The students who were dozing off raised their heads one by one. The teaching assistants, who started working for the first time ever since the class began, moved quickly and put the potion ingredients in front of the students' desks. And then we'll begin. Let's see. Brewing a potion requires a thorough measuring and quantitative regulation. With a thorough measuring and putting order were the most important. Students accurately measured the materials with a gauger on one side. The assistants filled the pot with water and sliced in poisonous Guroden mushroom and frog's tongue. And the next is cough. Cough. Suddenly, Lang bent his back and began to cough violently. Cough. Cough. Ki-yu. K. Cow. The students' eyes popped out of their sockets from the surprise, and the assistant teachers rushed in to check Lang's condition. There was something like purple blood on his hand as he coughed. Professor, you overstrained yourself. You should get some rest, said the assistant. Lang shook his head even though he was coughing. No. That can't be. The class wouldn't run without me. It's going to be practical exercise now. We can conduct it under our control. You need to take care of your health. After being earnestly persuaded by the assistant teacher repeatedly, in the end, Lang went out of the classroom with the support of other assistant teachers. The students blinked their eyes, wondering what was actually going on. And instead of Lang, an assistant with red hair stood up on the platform. She let out a small sigh and found a male student who was still dozing off among the students. She lightly lifted the heavy textbook with one hand and threw it at the student. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Slam. The textbook crashed into the male student's desk, and he woke up in shock. Everyone, stand up. Stand up. The students recovered their senses and jumped to their feet. The red-haired assistant folded her arms and glared at the students. What kind of rude attitude are you showing to the professor, Class A? Sleeping on the desk because the class is boring? How can a rotten bastard like you guys be students of Kizan? A tremendous force. Everyone stood up straight with a tense face. She stayed silent and put her hand on her forehead as if trying to cool herself. Let's keep the common courtesy to each other. Do you understand? Yes, ma'am. Sit down. The students who were all of a sudden behaving took their seats. She let out a deep sigh and tied her hair up with a hairband. I'm Professor Lang's assistant, Francesca Velmond. Starting now, I'll conduct the class on behalf of Professor Lang. The product for this exercise will be a low-grade poison potion. Please close your textbooks. Students closed their textbooks with bewildered faces. She took the chalk and walked to the blackboard. The most important factor in brewing a low-grade potion is the brewer's flexible response, not the variable control with the thorough measure and unification of steps. The water should be boiling in the pot by now. Add salamander power and barley power from the ingredient pack on your left. One student raised their hand. How much should we put in? The quantity doesn't matter. Add as much as you want. Simon and the students freely put the materials in, following Francesca's instruction. Soon, Simon's magic pot turned green and started to smell bitter. Now, for the students who see blue smoke coming out from the pot, please raise your hand. Around half of the students raised their hands. These students will make a poison potion with a paralyzing effect. What about the students with green smoke from the pot? The rest, including Simon, raised their hands. The students with green smoke will brew a poison potion with an acute headache and hallucinogenic effects. It's useful against magicians or necromancers. The students blinked and looked at each other. Indeed, this was know-how that wasn't found in textbooks or prior learnings. She stepped down from the platform and moved around the students, pouring out information like a rapid-fire cannon. Students with green smoke, please take off your uniform jackets and hang them on your chairs. The assistants will prepare additional materials. From now on, it'll be the same steps for everyone. Use a ladle to remove the oil that's spreading in a light layer on the surface of the liquid. Vegetable fatty acids make the poison less potent. Keep stirring. You need to stir continuously until the potion develops some viscous consistency. If the heat is too strong, the potion may harden, so please be careful about controlling the fire. Perhaps because it was after Lang's class that just made the students sleepy, Francesca's class was colorful and even dynamic. She also passionately taught her students while dripping with sweat. Perhaps influenced by her skills and efforts, the students began to follow her, their eyes twinkling. My potion has a yellowish color. Is this okay? A job very well done, student. The slightly yellowish color is a special product among poison potions. That would be enough to be sold at Rochester. A potion that could be sold. Hearing the unexpected compliment, the student's face brightened up. Friends next to her congratulated her by tapping her with their forearms. I'm Catherine Meyer. My pot had blue smoke at first, but it turned into green smoke. It's because the ingredients on the floor rose up and the effect changed as you stirred with the ladle. I guess you'll have to change towards the hallucinatory effect. Teacher Hesse, please prepare the ingredients for the green smoke here. Francesca began to look after the pots while walking around the students. Then, a female student raised her hand. I'm Claudia Menzies. Professor, my potion seems a bit. Francesca's expression hardened up. Claudia soon realized that she had made a mistake and quickly covered her mouth. I'm not a professor, Claudia. I'm sorry, assistant teacher. Yeah, so what's the problem? Her anger didn't last any longer than that moment. Francesca instructed Claudia with her potion, a gentle smile on her face. When Claudia heard the explanation and added more salamander power, Francesca even stroked her hair, saying she did well. Hey. Simon. Rick leaned his head towards Simon and whispered quietly in his ear. I think I now know why the old geezer Professor Lang survived in Kizan. The assistant is insanely capable. Right. Claudia even started consulting about her major as she got hooked on poisonous alchemy. Simon was looking at Francesca softly answering Claudia, feeling an odd mix of emotions. What's wrong? Nah, it's nothing. The class was now reaching its end. Francesca gave free time to the students who successfully completed the potion and taught the students who failed by giving them another chance. Simon, who succeeded in making the poison potion, was browsing through his textbook. Simon, want to prepare some of this for the Cyclops battle? Don't you think the poison potion will have some effect? Simon laughed because he was thinking the same thing. You're going to have to push your skills to the limit this week to face the Cyclops. Instead of taking class carelessly, make it your own and use it for the performance assessment. He felt that all the class contents could be combined with reality. Certainly, Jane's skill in class was great. Idiot. Something like this won't work. Then, Malin approached with her arms folded. Camabaras also stood next to Simon with a smile on her face. Low-grade poison won't work starting from medium-sized monsters, let alone a Cyclops. Is that so? Simon was browsing through the textbook without saying a word, but his hand stopped on a certain page. The ingredient is lehark mushroom? It was the mushroom that Anna Polentia sometimes used for cooking after neutralizing the poison. Simon kept his head down and read through the text. Malin, how about this? What is it? Malin came close and looked at the part Simon was pointing at. After being silent for a while, Malin lifted her head and ran to her seat. Simon. What page is this again? 254. Malin hurriedly opened her textbook and began to read the contents seriously. Guys. If we can actually make this, I think it'll work. Chapter 27 It'll work? What kind of potion is it? Rick and Camabaras also approached with interest. On the page Simon opened up, there was a description of the potion. It temporarily paralyzed the functions of the tendons and contracted the muscles. It's named Nervy, apparently. Malin roughly circled the name of the potion. Looking at the symptoms, it's a neuroparalytic poison that weakens muscle strength, and it's written that it works equally well on small and medium-sized monsters of class 3 or higher. It won't show a dramatic effect, but it's going to slow down the Cyclops movement for sure. How do you apply it? Either let them drink or use it on the wounded area. I think it's going to work somehow if we throw the glass that contains the potion after making a wound. Everyone nodded with serious faces. It was good to have something ready to help them hunt the Cyclops. For the magic pot, we just need to reserve a lab. The problem here is the materials. Malin slightly bit her thumb as she looked through the list of ingredients written in the textbook. We can obtain the basic ingredients easily at Kizan. The tricky ones are lehark mushrooms, blood slimes, and silk vines. Let's see. Rick glanced through the ingredients. If I go down to Rochester and do some legwork, I might be able to obtain it somehow. Oh, really? Everyone's eyes widened. Rick nodded his head confidently. Let's just finish it while we're at it. I'll go down to Rochester later, after class. Simon, looking through the list of ingredients, pointed to an item with his finger. This, I've seen lehark mushrooms in Kizan. Where? In the Forbidden Forest. He saw this mushroom when he went into the forest to find Pure. Many of them were growing under a large oak tree on the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. Malin and Camabara's expressions slightly hardened up. How do you know that? No, that's not the problem here. Are you planning to go to the Forbidden Forest? It won't take that long. Rick's also going to Rochester with the risk of getting himself into disciplinary action. I also have to do this much. I'll collect it before it gets dark. Malin furrowed her brow. Aren't there monsters too? Rochester might be fine, but the Forbidden Forest is too dangerous. Then I'll follow him too. Camabaras raised her hand. Simon looked back at her with a bewildered face. It's too dangerous, and you'll be breaking the school rules. All the more reason why you shouldn't go alone. I can't just let you go to the forest by yourself, Simon. Simon pondered deeply, but he couldn't come up with any excuses against a groupmate who wanted to tag along in the group activity. Let's get out right away if it seems dangerous. Yes. Okay, so I only need to get blood slimes and silk vines in Rochester, right? Lehark mushrooms were the most difficult ones to obtain, so that'll save me some time. I'll bring basic ingredients and wait in the lab. At that moment, the bell rang, announcing the end of class. Francesca, the poisonous alchemy assistant teacher, announced. Okay, today's class is up to here. Thank you. The students rushed out of the lecture room. Team 7 moved in a rush. They had a job to do. Rick to Rochester, Malin to the lab, Simon and Camabaras to the Forbidden Forest. While everyone was leaving the lecture room, a student who had been lying down in silence quietly got up from his seat. Then, he walked towards someone. Hey, Hector. Hector, who was quietly packing his things, looked up. I got some good information in. Would you like to hear it? *************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************ă̈ăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăăă highest quality. It's dangerous if we go out from the front door. Follow me. Rick took Simon and Camabaras to a stable on the outskirts of Kizan. Kevin. You here? Rick knocked on the door of the stable. The door opened after a while, and a middle-aged man with a tanned face stuck his head out. Oh, Rick. You're going out today too? Yeah, turns out to be like that. With these friends too, for today. Rick flicked his fingers to toss a coin. Kevin smiled broadly and caught the coin in a skilled movement. Please follow me, dear customers. Simon wondered why there was a stable in Kizan, but they were raising not only normal horses, but large skeleton horses too. As the skeleton horse roamed around while snorting and stared at them, Camabaras hid behind Simon in startlement. It's right over here. Have a great time. Where Kevin guided them to was the corner of the stable. It was just an ordinary space covered with straw, but there were no horses in this place. I'll be going ahead. Rick walked towards the wall. Suddenly, the straw-covered floor sank down and Rick disappeared. Huh? What? Rick. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A voice saying, over here, was heard from under the floor. Simon and Camabaras' eyes met, and they walked to the spot where Rick walked up to. Soon, the bottom of the floor sank, and the two fell into the tunnel. Rick smiled with his arms wide open. Welcome to the secret route out of school. Simon looked around. A place like this existed, huh? Hee hee. Only a few people know this route. Come on. Let's hurry before it gets late. Yeah. Rick, Camabaras, and Simon walked down the tunnel in that order. Rick, the leader, took out a lantern from his subspace and lit up the darkness, then guided them as if used to it. Watch your head. At first, they could walk by bending their backs a little, but the passage became narrower as they proceeded. Soon, they came to a section where they had to lie on the floor and crawl on their knees. Cammy. Yes. Wanna swap positions? Why? She looked back at him with wide eyes as she was going ahead. As she was ahead, she looked back at Simon with wide eyes. After meeting eyes with her, Simon quickly turned his head and replied in a faint voice. It's nothing. A rather embarrassing situation would occur if he looked ahead, so Simon quietly ducked his head and kept moving. Rick giggled as he noticed what was going on, but Camabaras didn't notice at all and tilted her head. It didn't take long before they reached their destination. Rick stood straight and tapped the ceiling. The ground opened after shaking like a lid. He climbed out skillfully and grabbed the hands of Camabaras and Simon, who were following him, and pulled them out. Whoa, we're really outside. In the distance, he could see the walls of Kizan. Rick put the lid back on and covered it with nearby soil so it wouldn't be obvious. Well then, let's separate from here. I'll go to Rochester now. Got it. Take care. Rick headed for Rochester, and Simon and Camabaras walked towards the forbidden forest. Night in the forest came quickly. With a large full moon, darkness subsided through the leaves and the sounds of grass bugs and owls were heard. It was quite a spooky atmosphere, so Simon was worried that Camabaras would be frightened. However, why does it look like she likes it? She was looking around freely with a twinkle in her eyes. She squatted, shaking the bloomed flowers in the field or sniffing the soil. She had a brighter and livelier atmosphere than when she was at Kizan. Walking at night is so much fun. Simon soon remembered that she was a vampire. So, you like the night? Yeah. She looked back and smiled with her hands clasped behind her back. Nights are cozy. Are they? He couldn't really relate, but he decided to respect it as it could be a tendency of her race. Camabaras spoke to Simon like she had started feeling better. It's a little bit late for this, but thank you for helping me in the last combat magic class. Ah, when you were trying to get on the back of a hippo? Yes. I couldn't possibly go up on my own. I looked around because I was at a loss, but everyone turned their heads and pretended not to see me. It can't be helped since it's a competitive class, but only Simon willingly reached out at that time. I was just doing the right thing. She put tension on her eyes and looked at Simon. The fact that you can do the right thing is what makes it amazing. Is that so? As they were talking, they were already getting closer to the destination. A forest path like this was familiar for Simon, who ran through the rough mountains of Les Hill several times a day. Once he went there, he could remember it for a long time. That's it. Simon stretched out his hand. You could see mushrooms growing in abundance under the oak tree. Ah, it's actually lehark mushrooms. There's so many. We don't know how much we'll need, so let's just get everything. Sure. Simon took out an empty box and the two of them picked mushrooms and stacked them in the box. Within minutes of starting work, the box was full. Simon closed the lid and safely put the box back in the subspace. It ended sooner than I thought. I know, right? There was too much time left to wait for Rick. The two started moving after deciding to return to Kizan first and meet with Mei Lin. Ah. Come to think of it, why did you come to Kizan? Simon thought for a moment and said. Well, at first, I came here because of my parents. Ah. Well, usually it's like that. And while going to school like that, little by little, I developed my personal consciousness and goals. He was introduced to summoning at school, and for the first time, he had the idea of wanting to become a necromancer. On that, he found out about his father's secret and signed a contract with his father's undead legion. He also made close friends. Then Cammy, how about why? At that moment, Simon stopped talking. He also stopped Camabaras beside him with his arms. What's wrong? Hide. Simon grabbed her wrist and led her behind the tree. In the distance, the light of a lantern was lighting up the forest's darkness. At the same time, the sound of rushing footsteps could be heard. Ah. Camabaras' face turned pale. It's the keepers of Kizan. Keepers? Yes, they are the ones in charge of guarding the surroundings of Kizan. They also manage the forest and reduce the number of monsters by hunting them. If we get caught by those people. She gulped down her saliva. Even if we're in student protection period, we won't just get away without any consequences. Woof. Woof. You could even see hunting dogs. They were sniffing with their nose on the floor. As the light got closer and closer, you could also see people with bows on their backs. Simon's brow furrowed. That's strange. The timing was too good to think that a large-scale search by the keepers started shortly after they entered the forbidden forest. Plus, Rick knew all the guards' schedules and he said that he only uses the times when their schedule is empty. In other words, this wasn't a regular search but a sudden one. Well, I'll think about it later. First, they had to focus on getting out of here. As Simon turned his head, he saw Camabara's trembling with a white face. She was muttering, "What should we do? What should we do? What should we do?" over and over again. "Cammy. Look at me." Simon grabbed her shoulders tightly and made her turn towards him. He could see her terrified eyes. "We can get out of here. Just trust me and follow me. Keep running while looking at my back. You can do it, right?" She bit her lip and slightly nodded her head. Simon let her go and patted the skull-shaped badge hanging on his school uniform. "Pierre. Answer me." After a while, a blue flame rose up on the skull's eye sockets. "HM? Did you call me, boy?" Things got a little bit complicated. Simon, who was staring at the countless lights of the lanterns approaching, said to Pierre with a determined face, "It looks like the Legion will have to step in." Chapter 28. The lights of the keepers were getting closer and closer. The hunting dogs sticking their noses to the floor were closing on them. "Come out." Simon took out a skeleton from the subspace. He gave it an order to stop and made it lie down on the grass. "Cammy, this way." Simon grabbed Camabara's trembling wrist and lowered his posture. After the lantern light passed them once, he ran, taking her towards a huge rock behind a tree. He then took out a new skeleton from the subspace and made it lie down. Currently, Simon was able to control up to 2 skeletons. "I need to make use of everything I can." Simon picked up the stones on the floor and placed them into the subspace. He glanced around diligently to put as much situational information in his head as possible. Information such as how many keepers there were, how many of them were carrying lanterns, the weapon used, the breed of the hunting dog, the habits, the terrain features, the direction of the wind, the sound of the river flowing. The dogs were still searching for now as Simon was upwind, but they never knew when or how the direction of the wind would change. Now was the time to decide. Now. Simon opened his eyes. The skeleton, lying under the tree, stood up and started running. "That way." The keepers responded immediately and the hunting dogs barked loudly, following the skeleton. "Only half chase. The other half, keep moving forward. The other dogs are still sniffing." As expected of a hunting expert, they didn't fall for the trick the first time. This time, Simon made the skeleton crouching on the rock run. "That's the real one. Get him." The keepers and hunters rushed to the side. "Cammy, run." That was the time. Simon and Camabara's, hiding behind the rock, turned their backs and ran. "We couldn't completely get them off our trail. There are some on us." Simon looked back while running away. Some of the keepers were chasing after them. "Hang in there, Cammy." "Yes." "Woof. Woof." The hunting dogs who caught the smell approached through the grass. No matter how fast a person was, they couldn't run faster than a dog. "Cammy. Spray blood magic in the direction the dogs are coming from. Anything will do." "Got it." Camabara's cast dark magic while running. Fresh blood gushed out of the small magic circle that bloomed on the tip of her index finger. She twisted her waist and swung her arms back. Blood mixed with jet black flew along with the wind and wet the grass. Woof. Woof woof woof. Grr. The smell of vampire blood was strong enough to be used as a material for high-end perfumes. The dogs were excited by the strong scent of blood and started raging through the grass. During this time, Simon and Camabara's increased their speed and widened the distance. Thump. Thump. His heart raced like crazy because of the nervousness. He was a bit worried about Camabara's stamina, but she too was running as fast as she could and followed Simon. Over there. The lantern's light flashed over Simon and Camabara's backs once. At the same time, the sound of the bowstring being pulled taut was heard. Thunk. Thud. As the arrows flew out of nowhere and hit the ground, Camabara's let out a short scream. They really shot us. What should we do?" "It's fine," replied Simon calmly. "They saw our uniforms. There's no way the servants would hurt Kizan students. As Simon said, the arrows were being shot far from the direction the two were running. It was prominent that they were firing a warning shot. Those bastards. Stop. I told you to stop. Would you stop if it were you? Simon grinned and pulled the imaginary lever. Pow. A subspace opened from the floor, and the stones placed in earlier were poured out with maximum power. It was just a stone, but the keeper's running stopped, worried that it was dark magic. Cammy. This way. Yes. Thanks to Simon's wits, they earned a little more time. It seems that they ran haphazardly without any sense of direction, but in fact, Simon followed the sound of water. They finally reached the valley. Oh no. But of all the places, a cliff was there. A valley was flowing with a rippling sound below the distant cliff, and the distance to the other side of the cliff was quite long. Cammy, do you remember that leaping technique you learned in combat magic? Can you use it? With a pale face, she screwed her eyes shut and shook her head. She was one of two people who couldn't jump over the cliff in the combat magic class. Woof. Woof. But there was no time to hesitate. Even now, the barking of dogs and the lights of the lanterns was getting closer and closer. Simon, I'm fine. Camabaras made a bitter smile and pushed Simon's chest away. Please go ahead. I won't spill anything about you, Simon, even if I get caught. Please excuse me. Simon, who approached like lightning and picked her up, turned before running through the grass. The feeling of stepping on the jet black. Pooh. Black smoke exploded from his tip of feet, and Simon flew through the sky. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. A cliff below, a large rising full moon above. The cold headwind and the thrill of having nothing under your two legs. Feeling a perfect sensation for a moment, Simon's body descended. Slee-eyed. He landed on the opposite side of the hill with a short gap, scratching the floor. Simon quickly ran down the ramp of the hill and put Camabaras down. Both of them pressed their bodies as close as possible to the floor. Where are they? They disappeared. A lantern light could be seen moving back and forth above their heads. The light that had been scanning the surroundings thoroughly for a few minutes soon disappeared. Let's try going that way. Move. They probably didn't run that far. Woof. 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 The lights and the barking of the dogs went farther away, and soon, the presence of people disappeared completely. Simon could finally let out a sigh of relief. Phew, Cammy, are you all right? Somehow, Camabaras had a completely blank face. Then, when she met her eyes with Simon, tears began to well up in her eyes. What's wrong? Are you hurt anywhere? I thought I really was going to be caught. Thank you. Thank you for saving me. Soon, she burst out crying. Simon patted her on the shoulder without saying anything. She said she's fine being caught even though she's this afraid? He could see a little bit of what kind of person she was. Camabaras calmed down after some time. The two got up and brushed off the dirt from their uniforms. Let's return. We'll have to walk around a bit to avoid the keepers. Is that okay? Yeah. The two walked back into the dark forest. They decided not to turn on the lantern out of worry of being caught by monsters or keepers. At least the moon in the sky was bright. About an hour had passed since they walked through the forest like that. And where the hell are we? As they walked frantically, it seemed that they had gone deeper into the forest than they had expected. The surrounding area was so spooky that it made him wonder if there was something like this in the forest. The trees that grew taller covered the night sky with their dense leaves, and eyes that could have been beast or monster kept on appearing and disappearing. Their shoulders twitched at the frightening cries and their nerves were on edge. As if it would have been better to just go to the keepers, there was something in the midnight forest that stimulated the primordial fear of humans. Camabaras, a vampire, was also so frightened that she was looking around while slightly holding on to Simon's sleeve. I'm sure I have the map in my head, but even I don't know where this place is. Have I been possessed by a ghost? No matter how much they walked, it felt as if they were going in circles. We're exhausted and we're getting colder and colder. What should I do? Simon, said Camabarez, face pale. Can't you hear something? Screams of an owl? No. She leaned closer to Simon and spoke in a voice drenched in fear. A sound of a person. Simon closed his mouth and focused his hearing. Certainly. It was vague, but audible. It was unclear if it was just a wild beast, a monster, or a human, but an indistinguishable voice could be heard repeatedly. Let's try going. He heard that there were people who lived in the forest of Roke Island. If it was a person, they might be able to seek help. The two nodded and moved forward in search of that voice. $hashtag at percent at carat at. As he walked, he concentrated on his ears. Little by little, the voice could be made out. At $% at carat piteous. $I plus remove the fat, at percent $$ carat almighty at, email protected, percent mother. The voice was cold, monotonous, and dry. Email protected, carat we worship you, oh holy at percent at $$ carat. What kind of language was this? When he was focusing on the voice while frowning. Simon was surprised. Camabarez had tears streaming down her face, drenched in fear, and still, the corners of her mouth were trembling while raised, which made her appearance a bit eerie. What's wrong, Cammy? Run. $$ carat $hashtag glory to none other than mother at hashtag, email protected, $$ carat. We need to run. Run? What does that mean all of a sudden? You. Ack. Ah. Ahew. She began to have seizures and floundered around. Simon grabbed her and ran to the opposite side of where the voice could be heard. But the voice just kept getting closer. At hashtag email protected, hashtag have mercy. Forgive the sins of the world hashtag at $% at hashtag. Simon, who was frantically walking through the bushes, finally arrived at the source of the voice. He could see an altar. Someone in a long gray robe was on the ground. Their arms were on the ground, palms facing the sky. Above the altar, unidentified objects and the internal organs of a beast were hung, and below it, a beast writhing with a dagger stabbed in its chest was offered as a sacrifice. All around it was colored red by the dripping blood. And, in the center of the altar, there was something big lying there. Simon knew what it was, but he couldn't believe it. Something that should never be on Roke Island. Something that should never be in Kizan. A cross. It was a cross. Why was a cross here? A naked woman was hung on the cross in a grotesque figure, thorn vines covering her body. The one who was prostrating under the altar lifted their upper body, recited the prayer, bowed down their body to the floor again, and raised their palms to the sky. Simon felt his blood all over his body run cold. A priest. A priest in Kizan. It was kneeling, bowing, and reciting prayers in the territory of Kizan. We need to run. They saw things they shouldn't have. It'd be over if they got caught. Seeing this scene, Camabarez couldn't move out of sheer terror. Fortunately, she covered her mouth with both hands so the sound didn't leak. At that moment, when Simon wrapped his arms around her shoulders and was about to return. Rustle. There was a sound as the grass on the ground was trampled on. The movement of the praying priest came to a halt. While feeling his throat going dry, Simon slowly turned his head to look back. The priest was staring at Simon's side while standing. The light in their eyes seemed to gleam in the darkness formed from their robe. Simon placed strength in his legs. Run. Sarthanafire.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 29 Run. Simon took Camabarez's hand and ran. At the same time, the horrifying swoosh of air ripping was heard from behind them. Thud. Thunk. A series of black crosses nailed the ground, creating a large pit. Simon's eyes widened sharply. A priest is using jet black? Simon felt that the situation had gotten much worse. It wasn't just that a priest had sneaked into Roke Island. There's a traitor inside Kizan. Simon had two reasons for deducing that. Search *the Nelfer.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. First, divinity and jet black were forces that collided with each other, so only one of them could be used. Second, the priest was using jet black instead of divinity. That meant that the priest wasn't from outside, but was a person working inside Kizan. Most likely a spy from the Union of Divinity who was trying to steal the information of Kizan. No one prayed to God in Kizan. Therefore, that priest had to go to the depths of the forbidden forest, where no one could see them make their prayer. And unfortunately, Simon and Camabaras happened to witness it. In other words, to draw one clear conclusion. We'll definitely be killed if we get caught. Swoosh! Swoosh! The crosses made of jet black poured down indiscriminately. The pain surged up as blood splattered on Simon's arms and legs. Huff! Huff! Simon's eyes widened as he ran while exhaling a rough breath. Out of nowhere, he saw something in front of him that moved like a snake. Watch out! Simon shouted and bent his back. A black chain made of jet black suddenly appeared and grazed Simon's hair. Simon raised his back again and looked to his side. Are you ALR? She was being taken away. Simon. Her legs were chained. The two quickly stretched out their arms, but they couldn't reach each other and just waved their arms in the air. Kook! Simon panicked and dashed out. When he went close, she was out of cold as she bumped into a tree and black chains tightly bound her body. Cammy has been caught. Simon clenched his teeth and looked back. A priest in a robe was slowly approaching. The darkness of the pressed hood was too thick to see their face. Because of the baggy robe, gender or body information couldn't be inferred. There was very little information that could be gleaned from their appearance. That moment, the priest raised their left arm. Rush! Immediately, Simon ran with jet black and hid behind the tree. The storm of chains hit a tree and bounced off. Bwung! 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 Perhaps the priest was quite powerful. More than a dozen crosses spread out in the air simultaneously this time. To materialize the cross, which symbolizes the priest, with the power of jet black, which symbolizes the necromancer. Simon felt a sense of difference that couldn't be explained. As the priest turned their palms to the ground, the crosses poured out in unison. Ugh! Simon pulled out the skeleton's short sword from the subspace and dashed. Crosses hammered themselves to the floor like tombstones. And, at the unavoidable timing, a black trail crashed towards Simon's side. Clang! Simon immediately swung his short sword and struck the cross away. The short sword shattered as a tingling sensation hit his wrist. Flutter! This time, the chains flew from the left and right at the same time. Simon immediately lowered himself to the point where he was about to kiss the ground to dodge, and then grabbed a stone. Jet black enchantment. Whoosh! Simon, who had dyed the stone black by flowing in jet black, raised his upper body and threw it with all his might. Whyish! Simon looked at the flying stone with an eager heart. Please reach. Reveal your face. Perhaps they didn't expect Simon to fight back. The priest moved their head a little late. The hem of the hood on the right was slightly torn, but unfortunately, that was it. Although you couldn't see their face, it felt like you could feel a wave of deep anger from the priest. More crosses floated in the air. Simon stood up to dodge them, but the spread of the crosses went past his front and reached the top of Simon's head. I can't dodge this. Phew. Simon closed his eyes and raised his arms in resignation. And then. Now. A huge greatsword appeared from behind the priest. Slay away am. With a deafening roar, the priest's body was pushed away. It avoided being cut in two by encircling the jet black like a shield, but all the crosses being cast were scattered or fell on the floor, leaving some ashes. Kuhahihi. Are you okay, boy? Pierre appeared, emitting ferocious blue flames from both of his eye sockets. A huge height of over 2 meters tall, a shapeless cape that flapped around his back, and a pure white greatsword in his hand. The priest seemed to be utterly perplexed with the sudden appearance of the ancient-level undead. Pierre. Stay back. It's a tough opponent for the current you. Pierre took a stance where he put his huge greatsword to the side of his face. Simon obediently nodded his head. I'm counting on you. Kuhahaha. It's been so long since I had a battle. Now, here I come. Pierre stepped on the ground. The ground shattered, and his body dashed in like a bullet. The priest also formed a shield made out of jet black in front. Tuuuung. As the shield and greatsword clashed, the air howled, and the ground turned over. The surrounding trees flew up to their roots. It wasn't a battle at the level where Simon could intervene yet. After giving up, he turned his back and ran to Camabarez. She was sitting down on the ground, as if Pierre's surprise attack cancelled not just the cross, but the chain too. Cammy. Fortunately, she had just lost consciousness from the shock. There were no apparent wounds. Simon carried her into his arms. Head felt it the whole time, but her body was light enough to make him worry. Stoop. As large rock debris fell to his side, Simon inched a little further back. The surrounding terrain was changing every time Pierre and the priest clashed. Pierre. How is it? Kook. It's not easy. Pierre's voice was shaking. This bastard. He's absurdly strong, even with jet black magic alone. They might be at a professor level. Even if it was an ancient undead, his strength was greatly reduced since he had only just been released from the seal. Above all else, Pierre was a marshal of the Legion, not combat personnel. If the opponent was indeed a professor of Kizun, it would inevitably become a difficult battle. There. Simon bit his lip. He couldn't afford to just lose his father's undead in vain like this. There must be some way. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Simon, who was looking for a way to overcome this situation, widened his eyes for a moment. Pierre. Stay away from the priest. And buy some time while making some noise. What? There's no time to explain. Hurry. As if he trusted Simon, Pierre didn't give any comment and started to distance himself from priest. Then, he swung his greatsword, causing the ground to roar, and he slit the air, an explosive bang ringing out. From the priest's point of view, it would seem like he was wasting his power, but this was the only way to live right now. And, soon after. Over there. I heard a sound from there. It sounded like an explosion, didn't it? A light could be seen in the distance. Simon clenched his fist. It worked. Hearing the noise, the keepers arrived. They were to be feared a few hours ago, but at least for now, Simon was so glad to meet them. The priest, who was cornering Pierre, also found the lights of the keepers. From the priest's point of view, the more eyewitnesses there were, the more complicated the situation would be. The priest stopped the fight with Pierre and, in the end, ran into the forest. Don't chase, Pierre. Simon came running. Pierre grinned as he gasped for breath with his greatsword sticking on the ground. Are you all right? This much isn't even a problem. Other than that, I think we'll get into another problem if we stay here. Yeah, you're right. The sound of footsteps of the hounds and the lights of the keepers were drawing near. Pierre picked up Simon and Camabarez at once. We're going to get out of here. Hold on tight. Pierre flew off the floor. The surrounding terrain disappeared beneath them at a tremendous speed. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Pierre took the two out of the forbidden forest to a point where they could see the walls of Kizun. I can't go further from here on out, said Pierre as he put the two of them down. This uncomfortable smell, it looks like they have wide-range detection magic. Simon nodded his head. Camabarez was still unconscious and hadn't woken up. Thank you, Pierre. You saved our lives. Kuhi. It hasn't been that long yet since I got a new contractor. I can't afford to lose you right away. Be careful on your way back. Yes. Thank you. Pierre disappeared into the darkness. If he entered through the main gate, he had to explain this situation to the guards, so Simon went through the stable's tunnel and passed through the wall, just like he did when he first set out. Simon soon climbed the ladder, pushed away the straw from the ceiling, and raised his head. Oh, you're back? Kevin, who happened to be giving water to the horses in the stable, saw Simon and smiled. Is Rick back already? No, he didn't come this way because keepers were suddenly swarming. If it's Rick, he might be looking for another route to go around. I see. Thank you for telling me. Is that Mrs. all right? She just strained herself a little because of being chased by the keepers. She's all right. Simon gave a tip by flicking a coin from his pocket like Rick did. It was a tip meant to keep this a secret. Kevin smiled broadly and bowed his head. Simon came out of the stable and thought of where he should go. Should I go to the central ward? However, I'll be questioned about how I got hurt, and if I tell the truth, it'll eventually reach the ears of professors and officials. A battle at midnight. The priest may have Simon's face, but it was possible that they hadn't seen Camembert as yet. In order not to put her in danger again, the person who could treat her had to be trustworthy. A trustworthy person. It would be safest for him to go to Nephthys, but he didn't even know where she was now. After much deliberation, Simon started to walk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Kizan Male Student Dormitory Building 1, Night Duty Room. Yanan. Lena, the dormitory manager, was lying on her stomach with her arms on the desk, yawning. I hate doing night duty IIE. Cleaning and laundry, cleaning and laundry, cleaning and laundry. Of course, her main job was managing the dormitory, but she could never get used to taking care of the noble young masters, no matter what. She made a wry laugh as she looked at one document that was left lying about. Bringing female students to the dorm room and 3-on-3 to do what? Ugh, these crazy bastards. Kids these days had nothing cute about them. It was also absurd to see them threatening her while mentioning their family when she said that she'd report it to the professor in charge rather than overlooking the incident. I just want to quit everything now. Knock knock. At that moment, a knock was heard at the door. While rubbing her eyes, she said, I wonder what it is at this late hour. Please come in. Click. When the door opened, a boy came in with a girl in his arms. Lena jumped up from her seat with her eyes wide open. Again, a female student on male dormitory. What do you think you're? Lena, who was shouting in agitation, realized that the male student was familiar in her eyes. Besides, his uniform was covered in dirt and bloody wounds. Simon? Please help me, said Simon in a labored voice. Lena rushed over and cleared the items off the bed of the duty room. Simon put Camembert down on the bed. How did this happen? You should have brought her to the ward instead of here. It's a bit complicated. Simon's face hardened. I can't really tell you the details, but I can't take her to the ward. For years of being the dormitory manager of Kizan, she survived 4 years in this infamous place where 95% of people come in after seeing the high salary of being a servant and escape within a month. During those times, Lena really went through all sorts of things, and she knew about the darkness of Kizan. The students did everything they could to survive in Kizan. Yes. Really. Everything they could. It was very common in Kizan to not go to the ward to avoid consequences, even if they were injured. She let out a deep sigh. Get out. Yes? Lena pushed Simon's back. Simon spoke in bewilderment. Wait, Lena. I need to treat the female student, so get out. While Simon was scratching his head awkwardly, Lena grabbed the emergency first aid kit, placed it next to the bed, and drew the curtain so Simon couldn't see. After a while, the sound of Camebert's uniform being taken off could be heard. Sigh. Be honest. what happened? There are wounds like scrapes and skinned knees, but this wound on her thigh. Her voice went cold. It looks like a cut from a sharp object. Chapter 30. Simon gulped. Lena spoke calmly after looking at Kamabura's wound once again. You fought with other students, didn't you? It'd be better to deal while you're still on the student protection period if you have a problem. It's not something to be brooding over by yours. We didn't fight with a student. He couldn't tell the truth. That they were attacked by a priest who betrayed the Kizun. It was a secret that could shake the entire organization called Kizun and could put Lena in danger because of it. Then what was it? I can't tell you everything because it's a little bit complicated. I'm sorry. Lena pressed her hand to her forehead with a hard face. She could see Simon's silhouette bowing down his head. In fact, she knew it from her long experience. Nothing would change, even if a servant interfered with the student's affairs. For now, treatment comes first. She pulled out a first aid kit and several medications from the drawer. She wiped off the blood with gauze and skillfully disinfected the wound. Kamabura's, still asleep, groaned while frowning. After disinfecting, Lena applied the slime ointment that regenerated wounds so scars wouldn't remain and placed the band-aid. Fortunately, she had no huge injuries. The most severe injury, her thigh, was covered with bandages. Her sleeping expression became more relaxed. Simon. Lena came out after pulling the curtains open. Take off your clothes. Yes? What? Simon's eyes shook. She folded her arms with an expressionless face. We'll have to take a look at your wound, right? Take off your top. Ah. Okay. Simon took his school uniform off while thinking that he was getting startled quite a lot today. He took off his jacket and shirt and rolled his school pants up to his knees. I'll disinfect you first. Lena crouched in front of Simon after putting disinfectant on the cotton. Blood flushed to her face when she saw Simon's naked body. I mean, why does a student have this great body? What are those abs at that age? Ugh. So embarrassing. Calm down, heart. There was this thing called an adult's pride. She couldn't have indecent desires against a minor who was still wet behind the ears. After pulling herself together, she disinfected the wounds in a professional manner. During that, Simon groaned in pain and twisted his body. It hurts so much. Bear with it, said Lena while slapping Simon's leg. Looks like a kid is a kid, judging from his whines. After disinfecting the wound, she spread the ointment well and wrapped it with a bandage. The wound might get infected, so it would be best not to overdo yourself for a while. Thank you very much. Simon bowed down respectfully. A student bowing towards a servant. Lena took a step back in slight surprise and then cleared her throat. I don't know what happened to you today, but there's nothing more important than your health. Your body needs to be healthy to survive in Kizun. You get what I mean, right? Yes. Sir, the novel, F.ir.at website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The female student is also fine. I'll ask the people I can trust in the female dormitory and take her silently. Thank you very much. I'll never forget what you've done for me. Simon once again bowed down respectfully. After Simon went out of the night duty room, Lena sighed and sat down on the chair. I might be able to see him for a long time. She thought that he was a down-to-earth boy. That was rare in Kizun. A strange feeling lingered on her. As Simon. So you were all right. As Simon entered the dormitory room, Rick, who had been anxiously roaming around the same place, ran up to him. What in the world happened? How's Cammy? Simon calmly explained what had happened. The story where they were chased by keepers, went deep into the forest, and got lost. Of course, he didn't share the part about the priest. He thought that he should discuss this matter with Kamabura separately. Rick also arrived a little late to get past the keepers, and he said that Mei Lin, who was left alone in the lab, was shaking with anger and sadness. Of course, she seemed to understand when he explained that keepers were around. In the end, Rick was also able to acquire the ingredients in Rochester, so it seemed like they could make the potion tomorrow. Thud. Whoa, that startled me. The door opened roughly and Kajan Edvald came in. A towel was placed over his wet head like he'd been to the bathroom. You're back, Kajan? Simon greeted him with a smile. He tossed off his uniform without answering, climbed up to the bunk bed, and laid down with the blanket covering up his head. And within a minute, you could hear snoring. I really don't understand him at all. Rick shrugged and went to his bed. Simon also grabbed his blanket and went to his bed after looking at Kajan sleeping. The day was extremely tiring. ****. The next morning. Simon was waiting at the building entrance, leaning his back against the wall after telling Rick to go to the lecture room first. As the familiar class of students passed by, he saw Hector and his faction walking. They looked at Simon with slightly surprised faces and talked in whispers. She's late. Simon's face started to fill with anxiousness as he looked at the wall clock. The time for class was drawing near, but Camabaras wasn't showing up. What's happening? Is she that hurt? Or is she not coming to the class because she's so shocked by what happened yesterday? In fact, it was so frightening that his hair stood on end when he recalled the priest praying in the Forbidden Forest last night. He also had some nightmares. At least Simon was used to looking at someone praying since his mother was a priest, but it had to have been a much larger psychological shock for Camabaras. I guess I'll have to pass by the girls' dormitory after class HM? At that moment, he saw a female student with a bag passing next to him. She had a really familiar face. She smiled broadly as she met her eyes with Simon's. Ah, Simon. Good morning. Camabaras trotted towards Simon. Compared to what Simon expected, she looked energetic. Let me see you for a second. Cammy. The two moved to a quiet, vacant park behind the building. You must have been surprised yesterday. Are you really okay? She slightly nodded her head. Yes, I'm fine. It just feels like I was dreaming. Dreaming? A pleasant night walk after a long time. That time when she was picking mushrooms with Simon in peace. That time when they were running away after being chased by the keepers. That time when Simon carried her and jumped off the cliff. And lastly, that moment when she faced that indescribably terrible priest. It feels like I woke up after the memory was cut off when the dream turned into a nightmare. How should I put this? Like I can't feel the sense of reality. Is the shock less because she perceived it like she was dreaming? Whatever the case was, Simon was relieved that she looked okay. Simon went straight to the point. The priest ran away after seeing the keepers. There's a high chance that they haven't seen your face yet. Ah. Don't tell anyone else and just act as usual. They'll find out who the priest is. Suddenly, she came closer to Simon and stood on her tiptoes. I want to help too, Simon. It's too mean to put me out of this case because my face wasn't discovered. This is for both of us. Simon was a little startled by her spirit and leant back. All right. Okay. I'll ask for your help when that time comes. Yes. Just then, the bell rang, announcing the start of class. The two ran to the lecture room in a hurry. Asterisk. The first class was Bahil's curses. The class was so hectic that had completely forgotten about what happened last night in the Forbidden Forest. Bahil finished explaining the theory and went straight to practical exercises. I saw a lot of students depending on the rectifying tool in our exhaust class the other day, so this time, we'll practice with an easier curse. The curse of transmitting used the formula that was the basis of all curses, which attached the jet black to the target creature. The objective of this class was to make the magic circle of this curse float in the air without the rectifying tool. HRRRF. Simon raised his concentration and spread his palms facing each other. Like holding a large fruit in your hands. Now, he had to draw a magic circle in the air by flowing jet black in from both palms. Simon's dark blue jet black flowed out and drew a circle, the basic step of the magic circle. Even the beginning is tough. After, with difficulty, placing the circle that later would be the base, he drew a rune in its center. Of course, it didn't go as well as he had planned. The base repulsed and trembled as he tried to add the rune, and his hands shook as if he had tremors. Even though it was quite inept, Simon wrote the runes and formulas. Originally, it was supposed to look like a picture from a copy machine, but Simon's magic circle was a shape where the letters were wriggling as if alive. Ugh. He decided to try casting the magic with it first. A tall vertical plant was placed on his desk. It was a plant that grew by consuming jet black, and it said that, if the curse of transmitting succeeded, flower buds bloomed from its body. Simon activated the magic circle eagerly. Boom. However, the magic circle dispersed instead of activating. Simon sighed in frustration. It's not easy after all. He had no time for this when they had to hunt the Cyclops next week right away. Simon clenched his teeth and spread the palms of his hands again. How is it? Is it doable? Simon felt a warm hand on his shoulder at that moment. When he turned his head, Bahil was there, smiling. Simon replied tensely. Ah, yes. I'm trying my best. Management of the core. Simon stopped speaking. It's because you're inexperienced with managing the core. The concentration of jet black is lowered, and therefore the magic circle isn't constructed properly. Ah. Simon's heart started racing. It was a part where he kept feeling his limits, but it was a completely different feeling to hear it directly from a professor of Kizun compared to thinking it by himself. There'll be no place to learn how to properly manage the core. It's too basic to be taught at Kizun, and each person has a different management method. Bahil raised his index finger from the hand that was touching Simon's shoulder. Excuse me for a moment. He then pressed Simon's shoulder with his index finger. Drop. In an instant, his mind went blank, and he could hear the sound of water dripping. The noise of the surrounding students disappeared like magic, and Simon's body drifted to the empty world, far from the classroom. There's a prejudice that curses are only harmful. As a person who's in this field, it saddens me, said Bahil with a bitter laugh. Perhaps it was because the noise around him had disappeared. His voice could be heard very clearly. Professor, this is. Please don't be surprised. With the modification of the sense curse, I simply maximized your senses. Now, focus again. With Bahil's voice resounding softly, Simon somehow felt at ease. He didn't seem like Bahil was going to do anything bad. Take a deep breath and try to collect the mana from the air into your body. As instructed, Simon drew the mana into his body. This time, Bahil also placed his left hand on Simon's shoulder. Now, we're going to pass the mana through the core. First, take a look at how I do it. Among the mana in his body, he felt a string of mana that he couldn't control. It went into the core under the heart. However, it didn't pass through the core as is. The mana rotated along his core and underwent a profound process of change. Simon, your jet black is different from ordinary people's. The image of simply extracting it will inevitably lower the efficiency. Then. Circulation. The mana rotating in the core naturally turned into jet black and was discharged to the outside. It was an image reminiscent of the corona of a black hole. Abandon the image of transformation, modification, and falsification. Think of the core as a living creature and lead it gently. Wait for the jet black to fall outside naturally. Ah. Now it's your turn, Simon. Simon nodded his head and focused on the mana in his body. Circulation, not transformation. An image of circulation. Simon imaged the words that repeated in his head over and over again with mana. As if responding to his will, mana streamed into his core and began to flow. There's no need to strain yourself to control the core. Just relax and contemplate. Let this child do whatever it wants. Just like Bahil said, the core really moved with its own power. As the core circulated the jet black, it drew in the mana around it, and the jet black got stronger as well. Soon, the inside of the core became full and emitted jet black to the outside. Ah! Finally! The black sun was completed in Simon's body. Good job. Then, shall we try dropping the senses to 50% this time? The blurred vision came back to normal. From a feeling of complete isolation, he could now hear the noisy voices of the students sitting next to him. Now, try again. Yes. Simon repeated it over and over again. The first attempt was unsuccessful as the jet black didn't move as freely as when his senses and concentration were maximized, but he got the hang of it on the second and succeeded on the third try. Jet black has a tendency to remember, said Bahil while tapping his forehead. Just like the hands and feet of humans. If you repeat the same movements hundreds of thousands of times, the jet black tries to reproduce the acquired flow without realizing it. Isn't it amazing? That's why it's important to practice repeatedly and develop the right habits. Simon felt great. A feeling of enlightenment being engraved in your head. He thought Bahil was just a cold and calculating person. Simon thought that he was seeing a new side of Bahil. Now then, while we're at it, shall we try performing the curse too? Simon's senses were maximized again with Bahil's voice. All other distractions disappeared, and he was able to focus on himself, the jet black, and the plant in front of him. Try stirring up the jet black. With Bahil's voice, Simon raised his hands facing each other. Jet black flew out of his fingertips like paint. Rest assured. I'm assisting you. Please complete the magic circle the way you like it. Ah, yes. It was a completely different feeling than when he was doing it alone. Since the magic circle floating in the air was perfectly centered without being shaken, Simon was able to create as much jet black as he wanted in peace. It was a wonderful feeling. The magic circle was completed in an instant, to the point that him struggling a few minutes ago seemed ridiculous. And then, activate it. As soon as his senses returned, Simon opened his eyes and activated the magic circle. A single ray of jet black, resembling a lightning strike, went out with a flash and hit the plant. Fwa! Then, a spectacular view spread out. Numerous flower buds bloomed profusely like an explosion from the plant's body. The flowers already covered Simon's desk and spread out around him. It was like Simon was instantly buried in the middle of a flower bed. Whoa! What is this? Exclamations of students broke loose everywhere. Professor, this is the potential that you have. Bahil spoke in a low voice that only Simon could hear. Please don't get me wrong. I was only assisting you in making a stable output. This is a level that you'll be able to do by yourself in no distant future. What he's saying was true. It was indeed Simon's power that made the flowers bloom. Your jet black is special, Simon Polantia. Bahil's fingers, which were resting on Simon's shoulder, trembled. The blue flower that was growing even now was already covering Simon's entire torso. Please think about it carefully. Bahil's face turned serious. On what would be the best way to blossom your talents? And in what direction to proceed to get 200% the advantage of this unique jet black? Chapter 31 The best way to blossom my talents. The direction to take advantage of the unique jet black. While thinking about the topic that Bahil had brought up, Simon looked at the green field of flowers that surrounded him. Professor. Yes. Do you have any feedback you could give me on the curse that I just used? Oh ho. Bahil smiled. It's a great mindset to look back at yourself calmly without letting your results go to your head. Very well. If I had to say something, you need to put more emotions in your curse. Ah. Like when you're commanding your undead? For an instant. Was it his imagination that Bahil's expression turned cold? Simon blinked his eyes to see if he was seeing things, and Bahil had returned to his softly smiling face. Yes, it's similar. Emotions are a crucial element of all dark magic after all. Bahil put back down his hand on Simon's shoulder. Please don't forget what I told you earlier. With the snap of Bahil's fingers, Simon could clearly hear the clamor of the surrounding students. Bahil patted Simon's head gently and turned away. Professor Bahil. Rick raised his hand. Bahil stopped and asked him. What is it? See, can you please assist me too? It's quite hard to bloom the flowers so. It's an inferior's mindset to rely on luck and make things easier. Keep trying over and over again. Ah yes. As Rick lowered his hand, Mei Lin, who was sitting next to him, smirked before snorting. Simon, who was filled with the aftertaste for a moment, strained his eyes and made his hands face each other. All right. This time, by myself. And just like that, before the bell announcing the end of the class rang, Simon was able to perfectly master the curse of transmitting. ******. The next class was Hong Feng's combat magic. They were headed somewhere after riding the hippos again. The place Hong Feng chose for today's class was an open, empty park of bamboo forest. After warming up with hard running like usual, Hong Feng taught the students basic combat techniques such as punches and kicks. Everyone was stretching their jet black infused fists or feet, keeping a distance from each other. The assistant teachers went around and corrected the students' postures or taught them some know-hows on infusing the jet black. And here. Slap. Slap. Place more force over here. Simon's face was flushed red as he took a stance. Hong Feng was hitting Simon's thigh with her palm. Your arm's position should be here. The opposite arm will become an axis when you stretch out your foot. Hold in your stomach. Hold in your stomach. Why yes. It was a tough situation for Simon. It was natural for a professor to guide their students while touching them, but it wasn't easy to pocket his feelings in this situation where a beautiful woman like Hong Feng stuck close to a young boy in full vigor. Simon. Are you going to keep on relaxing your toes? I'm sorry. Simon quickly adjusted his posture to avoid being hit again. Hong Feng folded her arms and nodded her head as though she didn't find it that bad. All right. Prepare for the spin kick. Simon moved his legs. The left foot came forward. Jet black management. He rotated his body as the jet black moved towards the center of his waist. His heel naturally lifted up, and the waist and body turned into the ideal posture. The folded right foot stretched out and whoosh! His leg passed through the air. The jet black that flowed out from his feet left a long, black trail like paint. It was indeed a picturesque kick. Well done. Hong Feng clapped her hands and smiled broadly. Simon bowed his head despite sweating profusely. You've succeeded in performing the spin kick, but 4 basic postures were ruined. You were looking in the wrong direction, you couldn't use the power in your waist, and you needed to spin your heels more. And the timing in releasing the jet black was too fast when hitting. I'm sorry. I'll be more careful. But still, you're doing good enough, Simon. Practice more. Hong Feng tapped Simon on the shoulder and left to look after the other students. A short break was given. Rick, who had been carelessly sitting on the grass, blearily opened his eyes. Cammy. Yes, Rick? Like the curses class, don't you think the professors seem to favor Simon these days? Cammy, who was modestly sitting next to Rick, covered her mouth and smiled. I don't think it's that much, is it? Anyway, something strange. Gosh. You loser. Mei Lin, in a gym uniform, approached, clicking her tongue. She had her sky blue hair tied up with a string today, when it had been always down on her back. And you call yourself a Kizan student? Try to get yourself in the eyes of the professor by yourself if you have time to be unsightly jealous of others. Rick chuckled. What do you mean jealous? I'm just expressing my doubts. And you're not in a position to say that, are you, Mei Lin, who proudly lifted the curse and climbed up the hill during the combat magic class? Mei Lin's face reddened. Ack. Stop bringing that up again and again. Honestly, I don't wanna. I'm gonna keep bringing this up until it rots. And have you talked to Professor Hong Feng during the class today? You're definitely out of her favor. Why don't you be careful of being out of my favor before that? As Maylin raised her foot and threatened Rick, he laughed and rolled down the grass to run away. Good grief. Search *the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. After letting out a big sigh, she turned her head and looked at Simon. Hey. What? You try teaching me. Asterisk. Simon put on an expression asking where that suddenly came from. Maylin blushed before clearing her throat. You're good at combat magic. I'm asking you to look at my posture since Professor Hong isn't coming to me. So that's what she meant. Maylin got flustered and quickly added as Simon smiled without saying anything. Why, you know that I'm dealing with Cyclops during the performance assessment, right? My movements will improve with your cooperation, and so our performance assessment score will. I'll teach you even if you don't say those things, so don't worry. Simon stood in front of her with a kind smile. Try taking this stance. Maylin kept on clearing her throat in embarrassment and then muttered, thank you, so quietly that no one could hear it. Soon, she awkwardly took up the kicking posture. Simon squatted down and scanned her body up and down. That's terrible. I know. Yelled Maylin. Simon stretched out his finger. First of all, you're too stiff. Just by looking at your posture, it can clearly be seen that you're lacking in self-confidence. Relax your body a bit and try taking the stance again as naturally as possible. She nodded and stood comfortably. The stiff feeling disappeared slightly. Put your left foot a little further back, and both fists lightly clenched in front. No, that's your right foot. The left foot is the foot opposite to the hand you use when you're eating. I know that, dumbass. I was just confused because I'm nervous. She retorted, but she quickly changed her posture. Stand by after gathering the jet black around your waist. Yeah, that's right. And then, you put your strength in the ball of your foot and turn it. Like this? No. I'm not telling you to turn it like you whirl a top. You have to turn it like you're twisting with your waist muscles. And when you turn, your jet black should be on the back of your thigh. Here? Simon shook his head as she put her hand on her leg. A little higher. Here? No, you went too much. A little bit lower. This one, right? That's just a knee. Ah. Gosh. It's not even bare legs. I'm in my gym uniform. Just touch it. She burst out. However, in the fit of anger, her shout was too loud. Maylin's voice echoed riding the mountain ridge, saying touch it, touch it, touch it. Ears pricked up everywhere. The female students who were obsessed with love stories began to whisper. You could even see Camabras covering her mouth gently. Maylin blushed and flailed her arms violently. No. That's not it. I'm asking him to position me. Position. But the truth didn't matter at this point. Watching the rumors spread rapidly, starting from the female students, Maylin's expression went vacant. Then, she turned to Simon hurriedly. What should we do? Go say something. I don't know. Anyways, I'm gonna touch you since you told me to. Simon approached with big strides and precisely placed his hand on Maylin's gym uniform. You gather and place your jet black here. He then grabbed her ankle. And move it here while turning your body. You crazy bastard. Now wasn't the time for this. Simon spoke in a low voice as Maylin's face had turned as red as it could and her lips started trembling. Just do as you're told. It'll cause the opposite effect if you are hopping mad. You need to show that it's a misunderstanding. Simon stood up with a nonchalant face and grabbed her arms and shoulders, correcting her posture. Maylin nodded with the confusion of the moment and fixed her posture. Those who came to see after hearing the rumors saw Maylin. So he was really fixing her posture, huh? Maylin is quite odd after all. Simon's so kind. Finally, after correcting her posture, Maylin turned and kicked her legs up to the sky. Her legs rose up with her strength, but she lost her balance and fell to the grass, landing on her butt. Ha ha ha. A roar of laughter could be heard around them. Simon also smiled and placed his hand on his hips. You still have a long way to go, but well done. Ah, yeah. At that moment, the female students, who were observing them nearby, spoke to Simon. They were also asking Simon to teach them how to kick. Simon smiled kindly and corrected their posture. What's with this guy? Maylin slightly bit her lips. The combat magic class ended after some time. Kizan had prepared the teleport magic circle this time too for the students, who had used up their stamina and lay down, exhausted. Maylin. I heard the rumors. Rick showed up giggling, resting the back of his head on his head. Maylin, who was talking to Camabarez, glared at Rick. Hey, don't do it. I swear. No, it's not about you, but it's a story about my friend. So, we were talking about what kind of conversation a man and a woman would have had if words like touch and posture were being disco. I told you not to do it. Maylin took out her bag from the subspace and began to beat Rick up. Rick screamed as he tripped into the grass as he tried to run away, and Simon and Camabarez laughed. Yua. Don't just stand there and stop her. Let's go, Cammy. Yeah. The two turned away from Rick and quickly went to line up for the teleport magic circle. By the way, Cammy, do you remember what our next class was? Ah. I do remember. It's summoning. Upon hearing that, Simon's lips curved into a huge grin. Finally. Chapter 32. After a long time, Simon got to take Aaron's summoning class. The topic of the class today was restoration. It was a class on destroying and restoring the island Ratman skeleton they made last time. The greatest strength of the skeleton is its restorative ability. Aaron, Wo's usual, went to school in loose shorts with frizzy hair, raised his finger. Swish. Whoosh. The bones scattered around the lecture room gathered in the air at a tremendous speed. The skeleton assembled in the air landed on the floor in a span of a few seconds and even greeted them nicely, breaking loose cheers and applause from students. The principle of restoration isn't hard. Even if the skeleton's body is shattered by a strong impact, some residual jet black remains on the bones. Aaron pulled out one of the skeleton's bones with his hand. You just have to energize this jet black to maximize the nature of the attraction to return to its original form. Then, when he loosened the grip of his hand, the bone flew away again and stuck to its original place like a magnet. Now, let's begin the practice. Since the content of the class was about restoration, Simon happened to be ready for it. While other students were practicing the restoration by separating the torso, arms, and legs, Simon succeeded in restoring the entire skeleton in one go. Not only Maylin, but Hector also had difficulties in restoration. A field of thorough talent where you couldn't reach 100% with practice and training alone. Simon was unrivaled in Class A in terms of skeleton restoration. So Simon, who was always busy keeping up with the class, enjoyed the leisurely time. He was jotting down notes on his textbook because he still had some time left, even after accommodating Rick and Camabarez's restoration. Hey, are you sure you can just loaf around like that? Grumpily complained Maylin. Instead of answering her, Simon waved his hand in the air. The bones scattered on the desk were put together and completed the skeleton's body. Pretty good. Cat got Maylin's tongue just like that. Rick, who was sitting behind her, laughed gloatingly before going quiet when he was warned by an assistant teacher passing by. Don't be so cocky just because you're good at restoration," said Maylin, all guns blazing with her competitive spirit. She was the type of person who had to be first in every class to be satisfied. "You said you'll leave Kizan if you don't surpass my summoning score next month, right? If you think you'll go easy because we're in the same group, you're hugely missed. Don't worry. I'll definitely surpass you." answered Simon while resting his chin on his hand and flipping through the textbook. She clenched her fists in frustration, but she wasn't in a position to say anything to Simon, at least not in this restoration class. Sigh. If I had solved question 20, I'd have a score of 90s in summoning too. Hearing her talking to herself, Simon raised his head. Question 20? You mean the problem on the last page? Yeah. That was easy. Her middle of the forehead narrowed. Hey. Why are you acting so arrogant all of a sudden? Are you better than me at summoning? Nope. Then how did you solve question 20? Did you use the formula? I don't know such a thing. It made no sense. Number 20 was a question to be solved by applying Theron's formula. Mei Lin, who got the problem wrong, went to Aaron directly to hear the explanation. But Simon, who never had any prior learning, solved number 20 without knowing the Theron formula. What was your answer then? 1,200,146. Mei Lin's eyes widened sharply. The answer was 1,200,000, so he was practically correct. Spill it quickly. How the hell did you solve it? I combined the formulas I learned in Kizun as much as possible. I can't explain it because I can't remember exactly what the problem was. She bit her lip. She thought to herself that she'll make sure to make a copy of the problem and make Simon solve it again. As Mei Lin became quiet, Simon's attention shifted back to the textbook. Introduction to Summoning had so much interesting content every time he read it. His heart pounded as he glanced at the new undead and dark magics to be dealt with in the future. I want to try making a golem as soon as possible. Would it be possible to learn it by myself if I buy the materials at Rochester? Simon Polantia. Simon got startled and looked back at the voice that suddenly pierced through his ear. What are you doing right now? Aaron was looking down at Simon with a ferocious gaze. Simon's face turned white. I got caught doing something else. There was no room for excuses since he was on a completely different page to the other students. Answer me. Aaron asked in a cold voice. He looked really angry, so Simon decided to be honest. Since the restoration was successful, I was looking at the topic of the next class for a while. Of course, Aaron knew that too. After all, Simon was the only student in this class who succeeded in completing whole restoration in 10 seconds. But, contrary to that, Aaron's face gave a really menacing atmosphere. Remain in the lecture room after the class. Aaron turned his back and left after saying those words. A deep fear entangled Simon's body. Simon, don't tell me you're marked," muttered Rick with a hardened face. Mei Lin folded her arms while pouting her lips. I warned you, okay? About just loafing around like that. Even if she said so, she seemed worried, walking on eggshells when looking at Simon. Of course, Simon couldn't hear any of his friends' voices. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The summoning class ended. It was time for him to eat dinner and return to the dorm to wrap up the day, but Simon had to remain in the lecture room. In front of Simon, who was worried about what would happen to him in the empty lecture room, Aaron approached with his hands in his pockets. Follow me. The two left the lecture room. Simon sank his head to his chest and walked behind Aaron. I should have just kept practicing restoration. Aaron didn't say anything. Simon could accept any kind of reproach, as he was clearly at fault, but Aaron was treating Simon as if he didn't exist. This silence was even more painful for Simon. The two passed the building and entered an empty park. A spacious space surrounded by trees, with no one around. There is something I cannot stand. Aaron took out an old cigar from his pocket and put it into his mouth. When he snapped his finger, a spark splattered and ignited the cigar's tip. Aaron's eyes turned serious after taking a sip of smoke. Simon felt himself shrinking even more and lowered his head. Students who have the will, but who are not learning in my class. What? Take out your skeleton. What did that mean? Simon was confused, but he took out the skeleton from the subspace as instructed. Try restoring it in front of me. When Aaron snapped the opposite hand of the hand holding the cigar, the skeleton flew away with a popping sound. Simon felt a headache and staggered as the connection was cut off, but he reflexively stretched out his right arm. Restoration. Okay. I got that you're unrivaled in the field of restoration. Then I'll teach you the advanced techniques of restoration. Simon's eyes widened. Weren't you planning to scold me? This is an extra lesson, said Aaron while taking the cigar out of his mouth and holding it in his fingers. I'm saying this just in case you perceive it wrong, but it's also the professor's job to provide additional classes to students who have exceeded the level of regular classes. Simon's eyes were filled with tears from being touched so deeply. Professor Aaron. Hurry up and take your stance. Don't waste my time even more. Ah, yes. Simon raised his concentration with a lit-up face, and Aaron took out a skeleton from his subspace. Whoa. It was a skeleton that looked much bigger and more sophisticated than Simon's. cthnovelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels. Early and in the highest quality. The bones were black and were more numerous and exquisite. It couldn't be compared with the island Ratman. It had a red cape on its back and was carrying various weapons. It's a skeleton made out of demon's bone. It's so cool. A fine sword, gorgeous armor, beautiful horses. Simon was always placid in front of any riches or wealth, but he felt a tremendous desire to possess that skeleton. I won't show you twice, so watch carefully. Aaron snapped his fingers and broke the skeleton. Then, he raised his arm and pointed to a nearby tree. Shake, shake. The bones scattered randomly on the floor shook and flew into the air. Stab, 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 stab. Hundreds of bones pierced the tree like a skewer. An offensive skill using restoration. Bone piercing. You could see a squirrel gnawing on the fruit nearby and running away in surprise. Aaron swung his thin arms and pointed at the squirrel. Whoosh. Bones that flew like beams of light tightly shut around the squirrel. A binding skill using restoration. Bone prison. The prison flew upward and scattered when Aaron raised his index finger up. The squirrel ran away in the meantime. Lastly, Aaron clenched his fist. This time, the skeleton bones scattering in the sky flew towards Aaron's body. Click. Clack. Aaron's body started to be covered with bones. It was as if he was changing into a suit made of bones. The empty fittings started to piece together, jet black flowed out of the empty space between the bones, filling it up like a fiber, and a red cape was placed on its back. Finally, the skull of the skeleton covered Aaron's head like a helmet. A defensive skill using restoration. Bone armor. Whoa. A shiver ran down Simon's spine. Aaron's appearance when wearing a skeleton was truly dazzling. It's so cool. Aaron stretched out his right arm. Then, his armor was taken off like a living garment, and it returned to the form of a skeleton down on one knee. A skeleton can be a weapon, a prison, or an armor depending on the necromancer's capabilities. These are all dark magics that apply restoration. Did you understand? Simon nodded his head frantically. Of course, these restoration techniques can be learned in second year, but you're excellent in learning restoration. I'll arrange it a little and teach you how to use it. Thank you. For now, the only technique you could at least imitate would be bone piercing. Get ready. Aaron once again made Simon perform restoration and analyzed it. So you start the restoration by putting the skull as the center. Yes. Correct that habit from this moment on. The key is to induce the skeleton to go in the desired direction. I'll give you a tip. Simon could understand Aaron's explanation immediately, as he had the experience of training his determination with the help of Pierre. Gather in front of me. After several trials and errors, the scattered skeleton bones gathered in front of Simon. Of course, the speed of the subsequent bones were determined by the speed at which the skull, the core of the skeleton arrived, but for now, it was a great result just to be able to perform a restoration from a distance. Restoration and bone piercing are completely different skills. Think of it as an application of the power of restoration, but a completely different skill. Develop a habit of tilting your bones to the side when you're calling it with restoration. That way, the sharp part will pierce the enemy's flesh. If you focus the jet black that stays on your bone in one direction, you can turn it like a sharp knife. For the bones without a proper place to stab, you can just place the bones on the target's body with a feeling of attaching it onto them. That alone has a significant binding effect on the opponent. Simon absorbed Aaron's teachings like a sponge. Then, he went straight to the actual training. Thump 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 thump. Skeleton bones were attached to the nearby bamboo. The sharp edges of the bones pierced through the wood, and the other bones stuck like magnets. Restoration. As Simon clenched his fist in that state, the bones compressed the bamboo more and more. And finally, clench. He succeeded in breaking the bamboo. Let's go. Simon clenched his fists tightly and shouted delightfully. He was able to learn a new skill in only a few hours. Ah, I'm so happy. A huge sense of accomplishment made his whole body tremble. It was indeed an addictive sensation, like a drug. Chapter 33. Well done. Aaron nodded his head as he looked at the bamboo fall to the floor. It's still on a level where you're just choking with a bone, but the fact that you can recycle a destroyed skeleton as an attack, it's like you have a whole new card up your sleeve. Keep training so you could use it in actual fights. Thank you, Professor. Simon, soaked in happiness, quickly bowed his head. Aaron said while shaking off the cigar in his fingers. I heard that Professor Jane added Cyclops hunting as a performance assessment? Yes, you're right. Are you the participant? Simon shook his head. A student named Malin from the same group is our participating member. Wise move. Aaron spoke after taking a puff of the cigar. It's also important to focus on the support of a team member. You'll see a lot of things to learn. Yes, sir. And? Aaron turned his back, throwing his burnt cigars into a nearby trash bin. This is just an extra lesson, nothing more, nothing less. Aaron left after saying those words. Simon bowed his head once more. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After Aaron's lesson, Simon arrived at the lab where he was supposed to meet with his group mates. From the looks of it, they had already begun. The contents of the cauldron were boiling. The three of them, each sitting around the cauldron, saw Simon and stood up simultaneously. Simon. How did it go? Everyone approached hurriedly. Simon answered with a smile. It wasn't any big deal. Did he hit you? Did he? I knew it. Giving you a punishment when we're still on our student protection period. That's so mean. Kizan's punishment is known to be brutal. Like they tie the students in chains, take off their shirts, and with a long whip. Simon started sweating. What in the world were they talking about? He just gave me an extra lesson. What? The gaze of the three of them gathered in the middle. That Professor Aaron gave you a private lesson? No way. Malin denied it. Maybe he was hit hard in the head with a whip. Rick placed his hand on his chin. Simon, are you really okay? Camabarez clasped her hands with tearful eyes. Since even trying to explain it felt like talking to a wall, Simon just walked past the three of them and went near the cauldron. How's the potion going? It's perfect. Who do you think made it? Malin, who instantly returned to her usual confident face, wagged her finger. The amount of water, the measurement of ingredients, the boiling time, and the skimming off of impure substances is perfect. Now, all we have to do is boil it down for another 20 minutes on low heat, and it's done. Great work. Humph. Do you guys get it now? You just have to trust and follow me. Rick sat down and tapped his legs. Ack. My legs are stiff after standing in this posture. Guess I gotta touch my legs a little. Hey. While Malin and Rick were having a back and forth, shouting at each other, Simon and Camabarez had a conversation about potions and peace. Mei Lin, who pushed Rick with the edge of the textbook, looked at the two with a strange look on her face. You guys look kinda closer now, don't you? Is that so? Simon shrugged it off lightly, but Kamabura's ears were burning red. Tell me honestly. Aside from being chased by the keepers, did something happen between you guys on that night? Rick, who had been knocked to the floor, lifted his head. It takes one to know one after ugh. Mei Lin threw the textbook as if expecting it. Rick groaned and rolled around the floor. After all commoners are vulgar. Having that kind of prejudice isn't good, Mei Lin. Mei Lin turned her head again to look at the two. So, you won't tell me? Kamabura's tried to read Simon's face, and Simon answered in a complete poker face. Nothing happened, really. It just took us a long time because we got lost in the woods. Is that so? Mei Lin sighed as she saw the bandages all over the bodies of Simon and Kamabura's. Fine. Thankfully, Mei Lin moved on without asking any further questions. Then, Rick came with empty bottles. The potion is ready. Let's bottle it up. Rick titled the cauldron by holding the handle attached to it, carefully putting it near the bottle, and filling it with the liquid. Everyone watched him in silence. I hope it's effective with how everyone worked so hard to make it, said Kamabura's. Rick handed a fully filled bottle to Mei Lin. You're curious if it's effective? Well then, we'll take a moment for our group leader to sample the potion as the representative. You keep fooling around like that, I'll actually beat you to death, okay? When Mei Lin started glaring at him, Rick quickly bowed his head and resumed his job. Ugh. If only we weren't in Kizan, I'd have you arrested for contempt of nobles. Contempt? I'm uneducated, so I don't know what you're talking about, ma'am. Stop fighting, the two of you. While talking about this and that, 5 bottles were filled with the potion. Mei Lin decided to keep 3, and left the remaining 2 bottles with Simon, in his subspace. With this, we have something to present in our next beginner dark magic class. While we're here, let's decide on how to answer Professor Jane tomorrow. Sure thing. The 4 of them cleaned up their surroundings and immediately left in search of an empty lecture room. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Life in Kizan was hectic, to the point where the priest incident was utterly forgotten in Simon's mind for a while. In their second beginner dark magic class, each group was given time to present their strategy to Jane. 1 main attacker, 1 summoner, and 2 cursors. Jane, who was examining the document of Group 7, raised her head. Simon and his group mates stood in front of her with nervous faces. All of the members have different majors, but I see that the roles aren't that diverse. Here it comes. Mei Lin put her hand on her chest and spoke in a confident voice. Of course, it would be great if the roles of the group members were clearly divided, but we decided to go with this because we thought that hunting the Cyclops quickly and efficiently was the top priority. So you're saying that this positioning is the best? Yes. That's right. Jane turned her head. What do you think, Simon Polantia? Coming in all of a sudden, huh? sarthenovelier.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Simon got lost in thought with a nervous face. He has a rough idea of what kind of answer Jane wanted. However, we're aware that our group lacks creativity in the combination of dark magics. After all, it was the student protection period. This presentation was a time to correct students' strategies, not to grade them. Then, it was more important to maintain the current teamwork and mood than to be swayed by the professor's opinion. I think there's nothing more important than safety. We'll hunt Cyclops more stably than any other group, and we'll make up for the deductions in creativity by scoring high with our own strengths. Mei Lin, who shouted nice inwardly, clenched her fist. Jane grinned and nodded her head. Sure, if you put it that way. Her gaze shifted. Kamabura's Ursula. Why yes. Kamabura's answered with a tense face. I'd like to hear your opinion on this situation where a hemomancy aspirant, who should be the core of the attack, is yielding the participation to a curse's aspirant and taking the role of curse support instead. This one's tough. Simon thought that the question might be too tough for a timid person like Kamaburas to handle. When Simon glanced at her, her eyes were shaking, as expected. Cammy, you really need to answer well on this one. If she answered in a way that suggested she yielded her participation because Maylin was better, then she'd be disqualified as a student of Kizan. Even if it was the truth, it should never be said in front of Jane. At that moment, Kamabura's eyes glanced towards Simon. Her eager eyes seemed to be asking, "What should I do?" He couldn't answer her while the professor was in front of her. There was no time to give her the answer either. But this much would be fine. Simon gave her a word with the shape of his mouth. Cyclops. Then her eyes widened. She soon turned his gaze back to Jane. It's because of the special nature of the monster called Cyclops that we're going to deal with. Good. This time, Simon clenched his fist. What does that mean? The tough and hard leather of Cyclops is difficult to attack with hemomancy. We made this decision because we thought that Malin's dark flare, which can burn a monster alive, would be more suitable for hunting a Cyclops. The expressions of Malin and Rick, who were watching anxiously, also lit up. Is that so? Jane rested her chin on her hands and gave a strange smile. Then, if a monster other than Cyclops becomes your group's target? Then. Her hands trembled with nervousness. Kamaburas had a timid personality, but she had to win the fight on her own in times like this. She shouted, closing her eyes tight. Then, at that time, I'll become the main attacker. Her voice was loud. It even cracked at the end. The assistant teachers around them blinked their eyes in surprise as the quiet girl shouted. I'll remember your statement. Jane gave a smirk. She looked more satisfied with that than with Malin's or Simon's answers. In a way, it was the best result. Well done, Cammy. She couldn't stand the embarrassment and covered her face with her hands. Simon thought that she was a girl that couldn't be hated. Lastly, Rick Hayward. Rick, standing at the end, answered vigorously with Jane's call. Yes, Professor. Rick stiffened up. Last night, he prepared 300 possible question patterns and answers to them. He was confident that he could answer anything, no matter what was asked. Stop chit-chatting with your seatmate during lectures. What? That's all. She tapped the pile of papers and handed it to the assistant. I believe there's no need to ask questions that overlap with Kamaburas. Well done, Group 7. Group 8, please come forward. The nerve-wracking presentation time was over in an instant. Group 7 followed the assistant teacher's guidance and left the lecture room. Only the group that would soon present was stuck to a schedule, and the groups who had finished their presentations had free time afterward. It was indeed a Kizan-like freedom. And... oh my. Simon? You're seated next to me? Maylin gave a signal with a wink, and Simon nodded. Soon, both of them said at the same time. Stop chit-chatting with your seatmate. Kaya ha 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 ha. Maylin, who after a long time found Rick's weakness, diligently gave back what she had suffered in the past as revenge. Rick said with a sour face. Hey, you think that's funny? It's not even that funny. What? It's extremely funny. Oh ho ho. Simon smiled as he looked at the two of them arguing. In fact, he knew that Malin's teasing and Rick's taking blame was to take care of Kamabura's feelings. Because Kamaburas was still burying her face in her hands, as if she couldn't stop thinking about the mistake she made in front of Jane. Cammy. Simon silently talked to her. Smoked chicken or steak for lunch? Which one would you like? Ah. She gently lowered her hands and revealed her face. I want chicken, since it's been a while. Chicken. Our lunch today is chicken. Shouted Rick, and he took the lead. The four of them headed to the restaurant, laughing and chatting with a friendly atmosphere. Chapter 34 Lunchtime. After finishing his meal earlier than usual, Simon stopped by the Class L lecture room for a while before his next class started. Not here, huh? Among the students of Class L in the lecture room, Simon couldn't find the person he was looking for. The building where his next class would be held was quite far, so he could be late if he wasted more time. Should I come back tomorrow? As he was wandering in front of the lecture room nervously, someone was walking past him. It was a pretty female student with a pink ribbon in her hair who was holding a textbook in her arms. Hey. Sorry, but excuse me. HM? The female student blinked her eyes and stopped walking. There's a girl named Lorraine in Class L, right? Yep. That's right. Lorraine is in our class. Why? Simon carefully took an envelope out of his pocket. I wanted you to hand this to Lorraine. The female student stopped with her mouth wide open, as if someone pressed pause. And then, Kaiawaya. She suddenly screamed. Why the hell is she screaming? Simon got startled and looked around. Luckily, they didn't attract much attention as there weren't many people around. Right, I remembered. Looking excitedly, she stood up on tiptoe and examined Simon's face thoroughly. You're the special admission number 1 who took an oath as a freshman representative, right? Right? Kaya. Oh my goodness. You guys are elites after all. Birds of a feather flock together. She took the letter like she was snatching it from Simon's hand. MHM. I got it. I'll make sure to deliver this to Lorraine if it kills me. You don't really have to go that far, you see. She let out a naughty smile. This is a very obvious question, but I shouldn't tell Lorraine who you are, should I? It doesn't matter. Oh, really? Can I tell her? Her eyes twinkled to the point of making Simon uncomfortable. He suddenly felt a shuddering sense of danger. And nah. Never mind about that. Just deliver the letter without saying anything else, please. Ho. All right. I thought you're quite daring, but I guess you're shy after all. She slapped Simon's forearm and laughed like an elegant lady. Her reaction was like she was having so much fun with the topic right now. Say you. Simon squinted his eyes. You're not misunderstanding in a strange way, right? Yes. Of course not. Why the hell are you winking with that answer? This messenger had all of a sudden become unreliable, but Simon didn't have much time left before his class. He could barely make it if he sprinted the whole way. Well then, I'm counting on you with that letter. Leave it to me. As soon as Simon turned his back with an anxious mind, the female student ran into the classroom with tremendous speed. Kaiawaya. Guys. Guess what I got from outside? Simon sighed while pressing his hand into his forehead. Asterisk. After finishing all the class for the day, Simon visited the campus cafe by himself. This is my first time here. As he grabbed the doorknob of the cafe and opened it, he heard a rattling bell. There were so many people when he entered, causing his eyes to widen in surprise. Students, seated at tables big and small, were chit-chatting noisily. The students seated by the wall were completely engrossed in studying. They were flipping through textbooks with one hand and taking notes with the other hand while drinking coffee with the straw in their mouth. It was also surprising to see them keep their concentration when people were roaming around like that. That's amazing. And they say that this place is more flooded during exam period, huh? It was at that moment that Simon, who sat down after searching for an empty seat, looked around. Clamor. The surroundings suddenly got noisy. A female student with her black hair hanging down was coming from the door where Simon had just entered. Whoa. Right. She had a different atmosphere from the other students. An aloof gait, red eyes that seemed to transcend the world, and a cold, expressionless face. She had an aura that made it hard to talk to her, to the point where it was hard to think she was actually a student like the others. Lorraine Archbold. The only daughter of Nephthys, the Witch of Death who ruled over half the world for 300 years. With the appearance of a big name, people started crowding to see her. Lorraine let out a small sigh and raised her brows. "What are you staring at?" With those words, the students within the tens of meters disappeared cleanly. The students sitting in the distance couldn't even make eye contact and bowed their heads. After creating a miracle of turning the surroundings cold in an instant, she started moving. And the place where her steps stopped was in front of Simon. Simon gulped. All of a sudden, an extreme nervousness had rushed over him. Why does she feel so unfamiliar? He thought they became close after eating and shopping together. It was difficult to deal with her in a Kizan school uniform when he hadn't seen her in a long time. It's been a while. Haha. He mustered up the courage to talk to her, but Lorraine was still cold and expressionless. While Simon, who was bewildered, thought about if he did something wrong, Lorraine's eyes slowly curved into half-moons, and the corners of her lips became arcs. "Hey Simon." It was the smile that Simon knew well. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The two took the coffee they ordered and went up to the third floor of the cafe. The owner of the cafe, who seemed very nervous, took the order by themselves, and when Lorraine said that she wanted a quiet place, they immediately opened the closed third floor. Thanks to this, the two could sit in a spacious outdoor window seat. A cool breeze blew, and it felt great. "It's the first time we've seen each other since Langerstein." Lorraine, sitting opposite Simon, stroked down her night sky-like hair. Simon, still nervous, nodded his head with a stiff smile. "Why, you surprisingly look good with your uniform." "HM?" She looked down at her school uniform once and then stared at Simon with a sullen face. "Hey, what are you trying to say? Are you telling me that I look old or something?" Simon, whose face turned red, immediately waved his hand dismissively. How come she's interpreting it like that? No. It's not like that. It's just that I couldn't imagine how you would look with the uniform when we met at Langerstein. Why can't you imagine? Is it because I look old? I'm telling you, it's not that. From Simon's point of view, Lorraine's force that drove the gangs away when they first met was really more than a professional necromancer. He only felt a strange sensation because such a girl was now sitting in front of him wearing the same uniform. But why is it so hard to explain this in words? Simon sighed inwardly. I'm just kidding. She drank her coffee with a straw and winked. Realizing that he was being played with, Simon let out a bitter laugh. Well, then. As she narrowed her eyes, Lorraine slowly crossed her legs and said, Why did you ask to meet me? The atmosphere changed. This was it. The atmosphere of a hard-to-approach older person. Simon also instinctively felt that it was about time to get to the point. After checking once again that no one was around, he opened his mouth with a serious tone. There's a traitor inside Kizan. Simon calmly told her the story of how he got lost in the Forbidden Forest after being chased by the keepers, and of him seeing a priest laying a cross and praying. Of course, he removed the part where they escaped with the help of Pierre. He said that he was in a crisis, but they survived thanks to keepers appearing at the right time. After hearing the story, Lorraine got lost in thought with a serious face. Lorraine. It may be hard to believe, but I believe you. She raised her head. Other than that, could you describe the appearance of the cross you saw in detail? As far as I remember, a woman was carved on the largest cross in the center. A naked woman surrounded by vines or something? That narrows it down. Lorraine's red eyes gleamed. That's Goddess Deva, the only god the priests of Ethnal believe in. The Divine College Ethnal, under the direct control of the Pope. As the antithesis of Kizan, which trained necromancers. This was where priests were trained. Within the Holy Federation, it was an institution that had around the same level of recognition and power as Kizan. The Saintess, who was considered the most powerful, monopolizes all the power, to the extent where they are only selected among the female students of Ethnal. Kizan and Ethnal. Ethnol and Kizan. Which one was stronger? Which students were better? These questions had long been a topic of discussion among the people of the continent. How dare. Crack. Xianxia the novel_fire. At website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. The coffee leaked out as Lorraine shattered the glass cup she was holding with her grip. How dare a damned priest get into Kizan like this? She looked genuinely angry. Simon couldn't help but be nervous, even though he knew that the murderous spirit flowing from her body wasn't aimed at him. Simon. Yeah? Who knows about this other than you? Camabarez, who went to the forest with me. It's just the two of us. She nodded her head. Thank you for telling me. I'll report it to my mom right away. Simon had a reason for keeping this a secret. The professors at Kizan were also the suspects in this case. Only Nephthys should know, so that investigations from various directions could be made. Let's go, Simon. Lorraine got up from her seat. Where to? To the Forbidden Forest. There may be some clues left at the scene where you saw the priest. Simon's eyes widened. Right now? Asterisk. Clip clop clip clop. Late in the evening, Simon rode a skeleton horse for the first time in his life. It said that one skeleton horse was the price of one house, but it being so expensive was understandable. Skeleton horses were obviously faster than horses they didn't tire, and the ride was comfortable. You're better at this than I thought. Did you take riding lessons? Asked Lorraine, who was riding a skeleton horse to his side. A little bit, back in my hometown. In fact, regardless of riding skills, Simon and the skeleton horse got along very well. Above all, the skeleton horse was keeping up with Simon well. As soon as Simon held out his hand, the skeleton horse gently rubbed his face, acting cute. This way, Lorraine. Yeah. He could navigate easily since it was a road he had been through once. Using the skeleton horse, he jumped over the valley he had crossed with Camabarez and entered the depths of the forest. Around this place. Thanks for the guide. Let's walk in from here. The two jumped off the skeleton horses. When Lorraine opened the subspace in the air, the skeleton horses ran into it and disappeared. Simon smacked his lips. I wanted to ride a little bit more. He had 2 items on his bucket list that he wanted to accomplish when he soon made money. The first was a skeleton made of demon bones, and the second was a skeleton horse. Now, the two of them walked sneakily through the forbidden forest. Simon thought he could see the forest road much better than when he first came with Camabarez. They got to the place where he encountered the priest without wandering long. Is this the place? Yeah, I'm certain. The two began to search around with serious faces. The traces are gone. He was confident that this was the place where he saw the priest. However, the altar, the decorations, the cross, and even the battle scars in the ground, where it was turned over during the battle between peer and priest, were completely gone. It was as if nothing had happened. Simon felt like he was possessed by a ghost. How is it going, Lorraine? She was kneeling on the ground and running her palms down the grass. Soon, she shook her head. Oddly enough, there are no traces at all. But they certainly erased the traces. She stood up and folded her arms. Simon, judging from your story, they're quite skilled. The combat power, and also that they were able to hide the traces of a wide area. The most shocking thing is that they entered Kizan with a core in their body while serving God. After all, they think that core is the power that denies God. But if you open the core, you can't use the priest's divinity, right? Lorraine nodded her head. I don't know how it works either, but according to their logic, jet black is the power of a cursed demon, and divinity is a power that comes from the belief in God. Whatever it is, the two powers do indeed conflict with each other. She turned her back. The situation is serious. Let's go back to Kizan. I think I need to go see my mom. Now. Chapter 35. Lorraine spoke while returning to Kizan on the skeleton horse again. Thank you for cooperating with Kizan, but your safety is our first issue. We don't know when and where that priest would try to take your life. Maybe it would be better for you to take a break from class for a WH. Nah. Simon shook his head. I'll just act like normal. Wouldn't it be too dangerous? It's fine. That person may not have seen my face, and even if they were after me, they would somehow leave a clue. Lorraine's red eyes flashed for a while. Don't be ridiculous. I don't need a clue made by risking your life. Just listen to me, Lorraine. If I take a break from class or show odd behavior that I didn't make before, the priest will be certain of my identity. What would they think if they saw Kizan's security roaming around me? They'll find out that I've given the information to the higher-ups, and they'll realize that they're cornered. That's true, but... Can you predict what a fanatic will do if they get cornered? Lorraine bit her lip. The opponent was so loyal that they entered Kizan with a core considered a terrible sin in their body to carry out their mission. The behavior of fanatics couldn't be understood by an average person. Large-scale hostage-taking and suicide terrorisms were incidents commonly caused by the fanatics. If the same thing happened in Kizan, the organization's external image would be seriously damaged, and it'd provide a reason for those who have questioned Kizan's governing system to unite. After giving it a thought, Lorraine spoke while sighing. Fine. But if there's anything fishy going on, I'll protect you, even if it limits your freedom. Remember that there's no need to sacrifice yourself for everyone's well-being. I'll keep that in mind. Of course, Simon didn't think of it as a sacrifice at all. I can't stop my school life just because of that. If you failed to attend class, the gap between you and other students would widen. Then, what if the time came when you had to leave Kizan due to lack of grades or skill? Kizan was never a flexible institution to take care of an individual's circumstances, and it was your loss if you sat on your hands. It was Simon's judgment that it'd be better to boldly keep the school life if he had to bear the risk one way or another. There was still a lot to learn at the school. The two of them parted after arriving in Kizan, and Simon returned to the dormitory as if nothing had happened. *****. The next morning. Class A students were waiting to enter the building with excited faces. It's finally today. I'm looking forward to it. Today was Jane's beginner dark magic class. Within it was the long-awaited Cyclops simulation scheduled for today. Everyone was wearing special training uniforms, not school uniforms. As expected from Professor Jane, said Rick while rubbing his nose. I heard that, originally, you barely get to try the simulation in the second semester, and we're here trying it before the protection period ends. I struggled to fall asleep yesterday, muttered Camabarez. Malin laughed. Come on, it's just a simulation battle, you see? Now. Everyone in Class A, please get into your groups. Jane's assistant teachers took control of the students. The students lined up and entered the building. The hallways were clean. It looked like a new building. Everyone was talking in anticipation of the simulation, but for Simon, every time he took a step, he felt his hair stand on end with a strange sensation. Groups 1 to 8, over here. Groups 9 to 16, this way. Then, when they went down by a magic circle elevator, an open space stretched out. Whoa! Kizan's virtual battle simulation system, Avalon. The system couldn't be found anywhere else in the whole continent. Any monster could be reproduced as a magical creature to perform a virtual battle. It was the result of moving the ancient ruins of Hallucina, a fortress of illusions and hallucinations, to Kizan and modifying it repeatedly. Good to see you, Class A. Jane and her assistants came down from the magic circle elevator on the opposite side. The students bowed their heads in unison. SEA the Nelfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. We don't have much time, so we'll get straight to the explanation. It progressed neatly, as expected from her. As Jane pressed the button of the control device in her hand, the magic projector on the ceiling activated, and a screen appeared. Groups 1 to 4 will take the simulation on the left, and groups 5 to 8 will take the one on the right. All rules are exactly the same as performance assessment. 1 participant and 3 supporters. Support team members can't move from the set position, and only the participant can use direct offensive attacks. The Cyclops will only recognize the participant as an enemy and attack them. Jane reached out her hand and tapped the vest that her assistant was holding. But there's no need to worry too much. The attacks of the virtual Cyclops are absorbed by this vest's barrier magic. Each time damage is absorbed, the barrier gauge on the screen shown above will go down. Training ends when the gauge reaches 0. Return to the waiting room. The students nodded with nervous faces. You'll be able to experience up to 3 sets of virtual battles. I hope that it'll be a valuable time to evaluate how well the strategy you made last time fits and to raise the practical application to the maximum. After Jane's explanation, the simulation immediately began. Groups 1 and 5 entered the training room, and the rest were guided to the waiting room. The waiting room was a resting place with spacious sofas all over the place and a refreshment area. There was a mana projector installed on the ceiling, and with this screen, you could check on the situation of the other groups. Simon and his party decided to watch the tests of the other groups first before working on their own strategy. So Cindy Vivace is participating. Group 5 was the group of necromancy aspirant Cindy Vivace, the purse snatcher he met in Langerstein. She was the participating member, and her group was composed of aspirants of curses, the mechanics of jet black, and poisonous alchemy. The balance wasn't so bad, in Simon's opinion. Then, we will now begin the simulation battle. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Jane's voice was heard from the loudspeaker. Whoosh. The whole area seemed to fill with mana, and the training room suddenly turned into a forest. The surroundings were filled with trees, as if you'd fallen into the middle of the forest. Birds chirped and even winds blew. Exclamations broke loose from the students who were watching. Thump. 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 Ringing footsteps were heard in the distance and the birds flew away. The sound of footsteps got closer and closer, and soon after passing through the bushes, a massive turquoise monster with a height surpassing 2 meters appeared. Its body was lined with muscles. One eye was contorted like it was squashed, and the other eye was moving up and down frantically. Kuawuff. As he roared with his mouth wide open, the faces of the students who entered the training room hardened simultaneously. All right. Cindy reached her arms behind her back. A sleek black scythe was summoned in her hands. Let's do this. The battle began with a thunderous roar. And simulation failed. Time spent, 1 minute and 16 seconds. Damage inflicted, 22%. Barrier gauge, 0%. Overall rating, F. The information measured from the simulation was projected on the screen of the mana projector. Everyone opened their mouths at the one-sided result. Simon was also surprised. It's no joke, huh? The groupmates ran towards Cindy, who was lying down on the floor. After sitting up, she smiled awkwardly while scratching her head. Sorry, my timing for ghosting was a bit off. I'll make sure to avoid it next time. Group 1, who were beside them, finished faster than Group 5. They had the same reason. The participant couldn't correctly respond to the fierce attacks of the Cyclops and was knocked out. Just one shot was enough to drop the barrier gauge down to less than half. On that, both groups brought curses as their means of sealing the Cyclops, but the participants were knocked out before they cast the curse, so there was no time to cast it. The movements of the participants were all frozen. Said Rick. Simon also nodded. There must be some psychological factors too. Even if the 3 group members were standing behind them, the fear and tension from facing the Cyclops themselves wouldn't be easily overcome. Simon turned his head. Maylin, will you really be alright? Huh? HM? With her face as white as a sheet of paper, she quickly nodded. Independent Illinois be alright, of course. She didn't seem alright, judging from the nervousness and trembling in her voice. In the end, she left to go to the bathroom. Not only her, but many other students were going straight to the bathroom. Group 2 and Group SIX's battle followed. Simon didn't even blink to see if he could get a hint, but this time too, the participants were knocked out after getting directly hit by the attack of the Cyclops. Group 3 and Group 7. Please come into the training room. Group 7's turn came much sooner than he expected. When Simon was getting up from his seat, a group of students was heading to the opposite training room too. Ah, so Group 3 was Hector's group. Group leader Hector acted as the center, with class's ace summoner, Pierre Berkeley, and the two others who were skilled, with over 90 points in the mechanics of jet black and necromancy. In fact, they were the group that received the best evaluation in Class A. At that moment, Hector and Simon's eyes met. The corners of Hector's mouth rose up. Obviously, you're the participant of Group 7, right? Simon shook his head. Not me. It's Maylin. That lady who doesn't understand the ways of the world as a participant, huh? Did you back off to boost her morale? It's just that the best person participated. Don't be so boring, Simon Polantia. Hector's eyes gleamed. Give it all you got. I'll make sure to break you properly this time. Group 3, Group 7. Hurry up and get into the training room. With the pushing voice of the assistant teacher, the two turned their backs and headed for their respective training rooms. Simon entered the training room. Rick and Camabaras were stretching while waiting. The assistant with the clipboard looked around and said, "What about the other one?" "Sorry I'm late." Finally, Maylin came in while panting. As the assistant pressed the controller in their hand, the countless magic signals on the wall turned on, and the door closed. Participating member, to the front. Yes. Maylin came forward with a hardened expression. I'll indicate the location of the support positions. The light on the ceiling signal flickered, and circles of mana were drawn on the floor. The three of them walked to their respective set positions. Camabaras on the left, Simon in the center, and Rick on the right. And Maylin stood in front of them. The Cyclops can't see the supporting members, so rest assured. Of course, taking even one step outside of this circle will result in disqualification. Okay. Participant, are you ready? Ah yes. Maylin, who had been spacing out for a moment, answered. Maylin, get the hang of yourself. Are you really okay? Asked Rick. Ah, I said I'm fine. Don't tense up too much, Maylin. It's just a simulation battle after all. Cheer up. Yeah. Thanks. Everyone took their positions. The assistant stepped back and said, Well then. We'll commence the first simulation battle of the 7th group. The assistant teacher's body disappeared as if it had melted into the air, and a strong wind blew in. Simon's eyes shone sharply. To feel the wind indoors, it's not just a simple hallucination after all. As the floor turned green, the surrounding area turned into a forest and a swamp spread out. A leaf flew in the wind and hit Simon's forearm. When he touched it with his hand, he could feel the texture of the leaves as they were. Looking at it from the outside and experiencing it in person was definitely different. Simon couldn't think of anything else in front of the overwhelming sense of reality. And thump, thump. You could feel the floor vibrating. Rick shouted. Everyone get ready. It's coming. Thump. 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 With the loud echo of footsteps, a massive cyclops rushed in and made its way through the thick leaves. Goo. The hairs all over his body stood on end and his heart started beating rapidly. It really felt like he ran into a monster in the forest. You can feel this much pressure in the just set position. How much worse is it for Maylin, who has to face it from the front? Phew. Then, he saw her taking a deep breath. Her expression changed to something more serious. All right, just do what you always do. Her trembling subsided. Simon smiled. She quickly adjusted to the situation, unlike what he expected. Yeah. Who am I worried about? There's no need to worry about anyone here. Simon pulled down the imaginary lever. Let's just focus on my roll 200%. Chapter 36, Quoa Wargurg. The Cyclops charged while screaming a bloody roar. Its target was obviously Maylin. She stepped back with a ghastly face. Come out. Simon pulled the imaginary lever. The subspace opened on the floor, and two skeletons came out. Forward. The skeletons ran forward at a frightening speed. Looking at this, the Cyclops lifted the log in his hands. Cyclopes were monsters that used tools, and their main means of attack was uprooting trees and wielding them like clubs. Whoosh! With a horrifying air-shattering sound, a skeleton got smashed into pieces by the wooden club. At the same time, the skeleton that walked up from the side thrust its short sword. Slash! The sword passed by, but only a slight scratch was made on the skin. Enraged, the Cyclops twisted its back once more and swung its club. After all, it's better to use only one in this situation. Simon clenched his teeth and stretched out his arms. He concentrated all his focus only on one skeleton's thought. Duck. Simon's absolute command was imposed. The skeleton reacted immediately, lowering its waist to avoid the club, and ran to the side in a nimble movement. Nice, Simon. Rick's shout was heard. Simon was able to control two undead units at once, but he was the type that showed his true powers when he focused solely on one skeleton. The enraged Cyclops started swinging his club frantically. Swish! 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 The skeleton dodged the attack as if playing jump rope. Jaws dropped from the three people behind him along with the students watching. Simon's role was originally to buy some time with the undead, but he was doing better than everyone expected. Hurry up. I can't last long. On it. Rick and Camabaras prepared Exhaust and Maylin prepared Dark Flare, a jet-black elemental spell. The three magic circles were being quickly completed. Slam. The skeleton that had barely been buying time eventually got shattered by the club. The Cyclops, fuming and scanning the surroundings with its scorching eyes, found Maylin and jumped in. Kook. Simon took two additional skeletons out from the subspace and sent them forth. However, he hadn't yet recovered from the damage caused by the impact of the destruction of his summons, and the skeletons were penetrated by the Cyclops' chariot-like charge. It's ready! Shouted Rick. You could also see Camabaras raising her arms. Exhaust. Exhaust. The two's magic circles flashed and activated at the same time. The curses hit the target accurately. The Cyclops' movement slowed down. It worked. The faces of Rick and Camabaras lit up, but Simon's face didn't get any better. It's still fast. The decrease in speed due to the curse was smaller than he thought. The Cyclops kept running, and Maylin completed the blazing black flame on her right hand. The distance between the monster and Maylin was 3 meters. She let out a powerful shout and swung her right hand. The dark flame flew away while pouring out smoke. Ruahar. The dark flame exploded and covered the Cyclops' body. That moment when everyone cheered and clenched their fists. Swyish. Through the flames, a wildly swung club struck her head. Beep. Simulation failed. Time spent, 2 minutes and 11 seconds. Damage inflicted, 26%. Barrier gauge, 0%. Overall rating, F. The thick forest returned back to the training room as if the next page had been turned. Maylin was knocked out on the floor after being hit by the Cyclops club and flying several meters away. Maylin. Are you alright? Everyone freaked out and ran towards her. Fortunately, she seemed fine. She lifted her friend up with her hands on the floor while frowning. Maylin. Maylin. Are you really alright? Camabaras held Maylin's hand with tears in her eyes. Maylin forced a smile and said that nothing hurt. Good work, Group 7. Jane's voice was heard from the loudspeaker in the ceiling. Rick, startled, sprang to his feet. Simon and Camabara supported Maylin from both of her sides. Group 7, you pulled off the initial plan to some extent. The performance of the summoner who distracted the Cyclops with the skeleton was especially impressive. Thank you. Simon bowed his head. However, the rest of the members were unsatisfactory overall. Blocking the movement with exhaust and using dark flare to defeat the Cyclops in the meantime. It might sound plausible in theory, but you must realize that in practice it is a little different. Everyone nodded with stiff faces. The biggest problem is the lack of proficiency. Try to minimize missing when casting dark flare or exhaust. That's all. Thank you. Group 7 followed the assistant teacher's guide and ploddingly came out of the training room. And then, Wuxia. As soon as they got into the waiting room, loud cheers broke loose. That startled me. Of course, the cheers weren't directed toward Group 7. The training room of Group 3 right next to them. You could see the Cyclops knocked out on the floor, bleeding, and Hector, proudly standing on top of it, letting out a deep breath. Black smoke was constantly flowing from the surrounding floor. Simulation succeeded. Time spent, 4 minutes and 2 seconds. Damage inflicted, 100%. Barrier gauge, 98%. Overall rating, A. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. They managed to hunt that? The barrier gauge is at 98%. It practically means he didn't receive a single hit, right? The mood of Group 3, the only group that hunted the Cyclops in the first attempt, was at its peak. The group members approached Hector and gave a high five. Well done, Group 3. The first compliment from the vice president of Kizan, Jane. Students burst out in envy, and even that calm Hector smiled at this moment. After Jane's detailed comments, they finally came out of the training room. Wuxia. Nice, Hector. Hector's faction echoed his name. Other students also clapped and congratulated them. Then, the eyes of Hector and Simon met. Hector raised his eyes to see the result of Group 7 and scoffed. He wore an expression as if telling Simon, look at you. Let's. Simon looked back at Maylin's voice. Her eyes were blazing so hot sparks they were sparking. Definitely win. Everyone nodded. That's right. There's no time to be disappointed. We still have 2 games left. Let's take it slow and determine what the problem is. Group 7 started an emergency strategy meeting. First of all, as Professor Jane pointed out, the biggest problem is our proficiency, said Rick. While Simon buys time with the skeleton, Cammy and I need to activate exhaust quickly without making any mistakes. Simon opened his mouth. That's that, but exhaust is a curse that grows stronger as it stacks. Even when the first curses from you 2 hit, the Cyclops didn't slow down that much. Having said that, Simon turned his head and looked at Maylin. Maylin, you have to dodge. Don't think about whether an attack will come from behind, but watch the Cyclops movements with the thought that an attack will definitely come at you. I'll also do my best to protect you. Maylin nodded her head with a firm face. Simon stood up from his seat. You know how to do that thing we learned in combat magic, right? That feeling of stepping on the jet black. Stepping on what? Stand up. I'll teach you again. Simon gave Maylin some tips and tricks, and Rick and Camabaras discussed the exhaust magic circles together. Let's take the persistence formula out. Wouldn't that lower the stability too much? It's high risk, high reward. It's important to stack up the curses quickly. After all, if Maylin gets hit even once, it's game over. The cycle came back soon, and it was the turns of Groups 3 and 7 again. Simon and his party entered the training room. Now, let's do our best. Go team. Everyone lifted the mood and cleared up the uneasy feeling. After a while, the surroundings changed to grass, and the Cyclops appeared with a roar. The nervous feeling toned down after experiencing it once. The battle began as the Cyclops found Maylin and jumped in. Forward. Like they were waiting, Simon's skeleton also rushed in. This time too, it unfolded in a way where one skeleton was knocked out first and the other one was persistently holding back the Cyclops. Without a doubt, its movement is becoming familiar little by little. The Cyclops' attack pattern wasn't difficult. It had power and speed, but its movements were simple. You could tell whether it was a swing or a smash by just looking at the movements of its shoulder and arm muscles. However, no matter how great Simon's abilities were, there was a limit to avoiding all attacks with the stiff body of a skeleton. Eventually, the skeleton was shattered, and the Cyclops rushed to mail in. Exhaust. Exhaust. This time again, the two curses successfully hit, and the movement of the Cyclops dulled. Malin also completed the dark flare. In general, they had more time than the first attempt. Hup. She took a deep breath and shot her black flames. The Cyclops paused and raised the club, but the fireball that exploded on the club spread out and stuck to its skin. All right. It went in perfectly. Dark flare was definitely an effective means of attack. You could see the health gauge of Cyclops displayed on the mana project rapidly decreasing. Mail in. We're just getting started. I know that too. Xianxia the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Cyclops fixed its eye on Malin from the tremendous pain that burned its skin. Then, it started rushing toward her frantically. Simon sent out the skeletons, but the Cyclops was seeing red due to the pain, no longer paying any attention to the undead. Taking the attacks of the skeleton with its body, it rushed in to kill Malin, who caused this terrible pain. And at this moment, Malin was preparing for the second dark flare. Kook. Malin cancelled the spell and knelt down. The Cyclops club soared into the sky and descended, slashing through the air. The feeling of stepping on it. Pooh. The club hit the floor. Malin, who had dodged it properly by raising the jet black, roughly tumbled across the grass. The next attack is coming. Dodge it. As Malin hurriedly got up after hearing Simon's shout, a raging demon swung its club while fire embraced its whole body. Creak. The club grazed past Malin's leg. A sign that said, right leg fractured, appeared on the mana projector. Ah. Malin. Malin tried to run away again, but her legs felt weak. The training uniform she was wearing reproduced the symptoms of a broken leg. Exhaust. Exhaust. The next exhausts were fired. This time, the Cyclops' movement visibly slowed down, but Malin couldn't dodge its attack because of her injured leg. The Cyclops club, which was persistently chasing her, fell on her head as she was crawling and running away. Simulation failed. Time spent, 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Damage inflicted, 42%. Barrier gauge, 0%. Overall rating, E. That was close. As the forest turned back into the room, Rick let out an exclamation. Simon also bit his lip and nodded. If it wasn't for the broken leg, it would have been easier to defeat Cyclops seeing as its movements were slowed by the curses. After hearing Jane's comments and coming out of the training room, Hector's Group 3 successfully hunted the Cyclops this time too. They also managed to shorten the time by about 20 seconds. Camaboras muttered. Next one will be our last. Rick and Malin nodded bitterly, their morale sinking. Gather up for a sec, said Simon. Everyone turned to look at him. We can definitely clear it on our next try. Simon's eyes were burning like a fire, like he didn't even care about their previous defeat. No. I have a plan for guaranteed victory. He looked like he was having so much fun with the difficulty. Chapter 37. After another cycle, Group 7's final turn came. If they failed again, it would mean that the chances of winning against a real Cyclops in the actual battle next week would be slimmer. Everyone was very determined. In particular, Malin, the participant, was standing as she seriously warmed up and got ready. It's coming. With Rick's shout, the Cyclops appeared through the thick trees and roared. This time too, Simon's skeleton was the first to rush out. "I'll hold it up no matter what." While Simon's skeletons attracted the attention of Cyclops, Malin prepared Dark Flare and Rick and Camabaras prepared their exhausts. So far, it was the same as the previous battle. Crack! One skeleton couldn't withstand the Cyclops combo and was shattered. Immediately, Simon ordered the command to attack by connecting to the thoughts of the skeleton standing behind the Cyclops. Slash! The Cyclops, with its back slashed, attacked the skeleton in a fiery rage. "Dark Flare is 80% complete," shouted Malin. "My first exhaust is completed." "Me too. I'll get to the next step right away." They placed the finished exhaust in their right hand and started casting a new one with their left. This is the main point of their new plan. The only time Simon's skeleton could hold the Cyclops was at the beginning, when the Cyclops recognized the skeleton as the only enemy, before Malin and other members started attacking it. By extending the first part of the fight, the possible benefits at the start were maximized. Even after completing the Dark Flare, Malin stood still and waited, and the remaining two were preparing for the second exhaust. Since it was almost their first time doing multicasting, both of them made many mistakes, but Simon held up miraculously well in controlling the undead enough to cover them. Seventh skeleton in. Go. Of course, Simon's role that sustained the early stage was the most important in this strategy. This was because the Cyclops would head straight to Malin if Simon's concentration faltered even a little. "Simon! It's done." Finally, Rick and Camabaras completed the 4 exhausts. Upon hearing that, Simon disassembled the skeleton without hesitation. Skeletons scattered on the floor, and the Cyclops, who had lost its opponent, looked around and found Malin. Thump! 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 The monster ran while ringing the floor. At the same time, it came within the range of the curse. Exhaust! Exhaust! The magic circles of Rick and Camabaras lit up, and the curses hit the Cyclops' body. The Cyclops slowed down. Malin took this chance and threw the Dark Flare. The black flame began to burn its skin, and a terrifying smell of burning pierced through the nose. Kyo-wug! The Cyclops floundered and raised its club. Simon, who was observing this scene, shouted. At the front, a smash. Malin stepped on the jet black and jumped away. The club fell where she was and left a dent on the floor. Back off. It's going to fold its body as it is and proceed to uppercut. Swing. The Cyclops, who hit the floor, twisted flexibly and raised the club, but Malin avoided even that too. Frontal charge. Simon, who figured out the movements of the Cyclops, gave instructions, and Malin dodged accordingly. The opponent was affected by 4 stacks of exhaust, so even Malin, who lacked the athletic ability, could avoid it. The exhaust curse was very effective for monsters who moved a lot, such as Cyclopes. Here comes another one. Rick and Camabaras added a pair of exhausts. That was the 6th exhaust in total. That violent Cyclops, who swung its club recklessly, looked like it was out of stamina for the first time. I'll use blood magic. Camabaras drew blood from the tip of her finger, creating a red magic circle. Blood magic blood silk, a carpet woven with blood, rushed forward at a frightening speed and passed in front of the Cyclops' face. Although it was magic with no lethality, the Cyclops flinched and stopped walking at the strong scent of blood. Now. Simon. Before anyone knew it, 2 skeletons hanging on the back of the Cyclops placed a chain around its neck. The chain was borrowed from Rick's subspace. The monster roared and tried to charge at Malin, but the chain pulled tight and stopped it from moving. Both ends of the chain had already been anchored to a tree by the skeletons. Kyo-wug. The Cyclops struggled from the pain from the remaining fires of Dark Flare. Malin got around to speeding up her preparations for the next Dark Flare. He actually pulled it off? A strategy formed in that short time that used the terrain. When she first heard Simon's plan, she thought he was overplaying it, but Simon carried the plan into practice too easily. Malin shot her second dark flare while being astonished by Simon's plan. Roar! The flame that had been extinguished over time blazed fiercely once more. Small veins on Cyclops' eyes burst open and it screamed madly. It looked like a prisoner in hell struggling with brimstone fire. Here goes the seventh one. Rick continued to stack up the exhausts. Now, followed by Camabarez, Simon also joined stacking exhausts. Creak. Creak. The Cyclops violently struggled. The two trees chained ended up being uprooted. It began to approach while dragging the chains and trees. Leave it to me. When Rick saw that, he cleverly enchanted the chain with jet black. Rick's main specialty was enchantment-based jet black usage. All the jet black in the chain was substituted as weight. It was like the Cyclops was crawling with heavy tools. And just die already. With a shout unlike her usual self, Malin's third dark flare exploded on the Cyclops' body. Thud. Only then did it kneel on the floor. The Cyclops was swallowed whole in the blazing flames, and a disgusting smell of something burning spread throughout the forest. Soon, a pile of ashes was seen falling to the floor. Simulation succeeded. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Time spent, 6 minutes and 48 seconds. Damage inflicted, 100%. Barrier gauge, 97%. Overall rating, B. It worked. Malin clenched her fists and shouted. Whoa, whoa. We actually hunted it. Wahahaha. You guys are the best. The other three came running. Everything went just as planned. On that, everyone pulled off their roles well. Group 7 embraced each other and ran all over the place, savoring the joy. Congratulations on clearing, Group 7. Jane's comments continued. She pointed out that there was a strong tendency to rely on the ability of one summoner, and the length of hunting time was too long, but overall, it was favorable comments. They decided to raise the mastery of Dark Flare and Curses as much as possible during the rest of the time and the weekend. Thank you, Professor. As they walked out of the training room, some students applauded them. There were a lot of envious stares too. It took quite a while, but at least they hunted the Cyclops. Woo, Simon. As expected from my rival. Well done. Cindy Vivace came over and raised her hand. As Simon also spread his fingers with a smiling face, she high-fived him loudly. That hurts. Simon asked while shaking his hands off. Did your group make it? Of course. It was easy after I got the feeling of ghosting. If Group 7 was to the extent where Malin was the core, Group 5 was really all in on Cindy Vivace. She turned into a ghosting state that was immune to any physical attacks, dodging the Cyclops attacks, and then returned and repeated slashing with the jet black scythe that her teammates had made. They succeeded in hunting the Cyclops without difficulty. By the way, Simon, weren't you a necromancy aspirant? I said I'm not. While everyone was exchanging stories in a friendly atmosphere, only Hector, who was taking a break after finishing the simulation, had a turbulent glow light up in his eyes. SEA the novelfire.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Contrary to the popular notoriety about Kizun, Simon was enjoying the best days in his life at Kizun. The classes of Kizun's professors were tough, but it was without a doubt fun. Talking about performance assessment while chatting with friends during break time, running to eat the limited menu Rick found during lunch break, going to the library in spare time, and getting tutored by Pierre about undead management was all just fun. In Curses, the frequency of Professor Bahil accommodating Simon increased significantly. Malin now had second thoughts about what Rick said. Is Professor Bahil actually in favor of Simon? Of course, Simon shook his head. He had poor grades in Curses, and he fell behind in practical activities because he had no prior learning. He couldn't find any reason why a person like Bahil, a fan of meritocracy, would favor him. Today's class ends here. Have a great weekend. Thank you for your work. With Eric's mechanics of jet black as their last class, another week ended safely. Tomorrow was finally the weekend. The students were making plans to hang out at Rochest with excited faces. How pathetic. Seeing the students in a cheerful atmosphere, Malin grumbled while packing her things. How can they think of hanging out in Rochest when the Cyclops performance assessment is next week? They're hopeless idiots. Oh, is that so? Rick, who was sitting down in a chair, giggled as he supported the back of his head with his hands. Aren't you actually just being petulant because Cammy got asked out, but no one's asking the ace of the ivory tower to hang out? Hey! The two started arguing today too, and as Rick said, Camabarez was asked to go out of the classroom by a male student. Even Simon thought she deserved a lot of popularity. A cute appearance, a gentle personality, being kind, and smiling at everyone. There's no way that male students would just leave her be. Just then, Camabarez, who had just been asked out, ran back into the classroom. Cammy. How did it go? Quickly asked Rick. She spoke in a faint voice with her face flushed red. I'm sorry for him but I refused. As expected. Malin's agitated face became 200% brighter. Cammy is thoughtful after all. You'll stay with us on weekends to practice, right? Ah, yes. I realized that I fell short during the simulation, so I want to practice with you all. After answering like that, Camabarez moved her eyes and looked at Simon's face. Then, when she met Simon's eyes, she was startled and quickly looked down. I'm sorry but I'll pass. Quite busy with my business schedule, said Rick while shrugging. Malin glared at him, but she didn't say anything more than that. For Rick, who aimed to become a merchant, the weekend schedule was as important as a class. Malin, with her arms folded, turned toward Simon this time. Simon, don't tell me that you also have plans on your weekend like that idiot there? Simon felt a prick of conscience with Malin's question. He planned to go to the ruins to see Pierre on the weekend. Tomorrow might be hard, but he'll participate in the training the day after tomorrow. Oh, gee. Even you? Don't you know that your role is the most important in this performance assessment? Simon quickly waved his hand in denial. I'm not just going there to play. I'm gonna do my personal training. Personal training? Yeah. There's someone in Rochest who looks after my summoning studies. Malin blinked in surprise. Oh, you got a weekend tutor? So you were aware that you're lacking in prior learning, huh? Well, yeah. Camabarez, who had been lowering her head sullenly, suddenly raised her head. St still, you'll see us at Kizan the day after tomorrow, right? Yeah. I still have to sync with you guys. What a relief. Hey, Rick. At least come that night too. I don't know how it'll turn out, but I'll try. You really act so busy. You're a sad woman for being so free on the weekend, Malin. Just die. Seeing the two of them fighting, Simon laughed out loud. At the same time, he was contemplating the weekend plans in his head. There are only a few days left until the actual battle. Simon was going to train really hard with Pierre this weekend. Actually, he didn't tell the other members of the group, but Simon's goal this time wasn't at the level of buying time with the undead. Defeat the Cyclops with a skeleton. Simon was planning something that none of the summoning aspirants of Class A could even dare to do. Chapter 38. The next day, the weekend. Simon came down to Rochest for the first time. Wow. Rochest was a very youthful and lively city. Buskings and events were held everywhere, and Kizan students were having fun in civilian clothes, dancing, and playing musical instruments. Of course, it was small compared to the big city, Langerstein, but for Simon, Rochest felt more appealing. First, Simon opened the map and stopped by the Necromancer shop. Rick personally recommended this store, saying they have the lowest prices. As soon as he opened the door, a young employee greeted him warmly. Welcome. The employee smiled brightly. Simon. It's you, Simon, right? Who's this again? Simon was putting his brain to work because of the employee who suddenly pretended to know him, but thankfully, he revealed himself first. It's me, Rowan, the guy you met on the first day of school. Ah. That great, chatty person who rode the nether whale along with him. He was the first friend Simon made after coming to Kizan. Hi. I didn't expect to see you here. Good to see you again. You're Class A, right? I'm in Class D. Class D is also super tough. I never thought that the half-giant Chattel mare would be part of my class. But their special admission number 1 is in Class AO, right? You're the special admission number 1. Whoa, right. Yeah. That moment when your identity was revealed at the entrance ceremony, I could feel a shiver go through my entire body. It started again. Simon quickly changed the topic before it got even more complicated. By the way, what are you doing here? As you can see, I'm doing my part-time job. Rowan shrugged his shoulders. I need to earn some pocket money. Part-time jobs at Rochester are great because their pay is pretty high. A part-time job, huh? Not bad. Simon was also starting to get worried about his wallet. It was too much for him to prepare the materials for classes with the monthly allowance that the school provided. Could I get a part-time job too? To be honest, you're a little bit late now. I think the vacant part-time jobs were all filled last week because there are so many people who want to do it. Bummer. Needless to say, money was important, but he didn't come here to talk about that. As Simon told Rowan that he came to buy a skeleton set, Rowan kindly showed him where they were. 20 sets of Island Ratman skeletons. A huge sum of money was used from the start, but he had no other choice. He needed a lot of skeletons for next week's Cyclops performance assessment. Of course, even if the skeleton's lifespan expired, he could incorporate them into the Legion's power, so there was no real loss either. After buying some other undead materials he wanted for practice, Simon left the Necromancer shop. Now, next is... Simon rustled and took out the note on the things he needed. Weapons that skeletons will use. This time he headed to the weapon shop. You could also buy weapons at the Necromancer shop, but Rick had a clever tip that it'd be expensive to buy them there. Welcome. A middle-aged man who ran the weapon shop greeted Simon with a bright smile. As he quickly glanced over Simon's uniform, his smile deepened even further. What are you looking for? A new model of a jet black sword made of obsidian was recently released. The shop owner handed a sword hanging on the wall in Simon's hand and told him to remove the scabbard. When Simon applied a little force, the scabbard opened with a clicking sword, revealing a black and shiny blade. This is a great sword, but I don't need this much. Then what about this? Battle gloves for combat magic. Since it's the latest model, its firepower is... I came to buy weapons for a skeleton, said Simon quickly. The shop owner's face quickly cooled, and he sat down and pointed to the corner of the store with a nonchalant face. There were a lot of cheap swords on the shelf. Thank you. Regardless of the shop owner, Simon happily ran towards the shelf. Most of them were failures or second-hand products, but it was perfect for the undead to use. Simon checked the quality by carefully unsheathing the sword, touching the blade, and bouncing it with his fingertips. So he bought 5 swords, 5 spears, and 2 shields. I'll have all these, please. Simon dropped all the weapons on the counter. The shop owner, who was sitting while resting his chin on his hand, asked in surprise. Why, you're going to buy all of these? Yes. The shop owner started adding up the weapon's price with a much more loosened-up face. Still, he asked as though he was worried. Where are you going to use all this? Aren't you a first year? Even if it's for a skeleton, operating 2 or 3 simultaneously would be the maximum. Just preparing in advance, since the blade gets damaged very easily. A smile appeared on the lips of the shop owner, who was examining the weapons Simon had chosen. You still picked the ones that are in good condition at least. Looks like you've been handling a sword quite often before coming to Kizan. It's nothing like that. My father just taught me how to pick good weapons. Whoa, you have a great father. The shop owner let out a hearty laugh. Even though it's the era of necromancers and priests these days, there's something called fundamentals, you see. Fundamentals. If you're a man, you should carry a good-looking sword on your waist and, you know? Be able to protect yourself with that. Absolutely. Apparently, this old man had a great sense of duty in his job. As Simon chimed in with him, the shop owner kept on bursting into laughter as though he felt great. 250 silver on 5 swords of skeleton exclusive weapon set, 200 silver on 5 spears, and 100 silver on wooden shields. It's 550 silver in total, but I'll just have 500 silver. Thank you so much. I should be the one to thank you. A young noble is trying to please commoners like us. Ah. Please wait here a moment. The equipment merchant went to the back and brought out a bow, arrows, and quivers after a while. It's a bow and arrow set with high jet black efficiency because it's made of ebony wood. Originally, I should get 1 gold for this, but this time I'll just give it to you. Simon's eyes widened rapidly. F for free? I can't receive expensive things like this. Oh. This isn't my first time doing business in Rochest. Even though I'm a commoner, I have a good judge of character. Just by looking at people, I can figure out if they're going home soon, or if they'll survive through to the 3rd year. Said the shop owner while putting the bow on Simon's pile of weapons. I'm giving it in a sense for you to be a regular at our store if you're going to come to buy weapons for 3 years. Even better if you introduce our store to your friends. But still, 1 gold is 2. Bows don't even sell well in Kizan anyway. Don't be too pressured to take them. You know how it is, right? Yeah. I know, but it would be rude not to receive it if you went this far. Simon bowed his head in gratitude. Please come again. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Simon headed to the next place in a cheery mood as he finished his thrifty shopping. He also purchased some materials needed for other classes, like poisonous alchemy, and placed them in the subspace. Pier, I'll be on my way now. Got it. Then, he headed to the ruins to train with Pier. He was a little afraid to go back to the Forbidden Forest, but Pier was kind enough to pick him up in the forest. As Simon rode on Pier's back, they reached the ruins in minutes. Click. Clack. Were you doing well? As Simon entered, the conscripted skeletons approached him like puppies greeting their owner. Simon smiled and patted their heads. Pier, here. Skeletons for conscription. Simon took out the broken skeletons from the subspace. Pier clicked his tongue. There are a lot of injured ones, huh? A lot shattered from the last simulation battle, you see. As Pier put his hands on the skulls of the broken skeletons, dark blue flames burned like torches in their eye sockets. Now, the Legion had 8 skeletons. Now it feels a lot more boisterous. Nice. After the conscription of the damaged skeletons was finished, the two sat down facing each other. As I said before, training this time will be pretty tough. Are you ready for it? Yes, of course. There was not much time left until the Cyclops performance assessment. Simon was planning on maximizing his skeleton operating abilities. First, Simon assembled the skeletons he had bought from the Necromancer shop. Soon enough, 6 skeletons stood in front of Simon with their weapons, and 6 conscripted skeletons stood on the other side. Simon's summon type and Pier's natural type each formed a team. The skeletons also started a war of nerves with each other, making a rattling sound as though they were aware of it. You said that the number of skeletons you can control simultaneously is 2, right? Yes. If he tried to control more than 3 units simultaneously, the thoughts in his head got entangled, and the command system fell into disarray. Most of all, he couldn't bear it as his mental strength rapidly went down, and a bad headache occurred. There's no need to rush things. What matters isn't how many units you can control simultaneously, but how well you can handle them, even if it's just 1 or 2. Understood. It'll also control up to 2 units at the same time. Come at me, boy. Yes. Simon stretched out his right arm. Charge. 2 skeletons with swords jumped off the floor. Pierre also made his 2 sword-wielding skeletons charge in. Clang. Kong. A continuous clash. The harsh sound of iron hitting iron resounded as the swords collided. As Simon was contemplating on what move to make next, Pierre's 2 skeletons with spears thrust their weapons from behind. Ugh, step back. Simon's skeletons withdrew by a whisker. Then, Pierre's skeletons with swords in front pushed back the skeletons who lost their balance. Clang. Clash. Simon's skeletons took the sword strikes in a precarious position with their backs bent. Then, as if they were waiting, the skeletons with spears returned and hit the legs with their spears, and Simon's skeletons fell to the floor, suppressed. I lost. Swallowing his frustration, Simon lowered his arms and turned his head. You're cheating, Pierre. You said you'll only use 2 units at once. There's no way he could win since it was 4:2. Pierre chuckled at Simon's complaint. What are you saying? I also controlled only 2 units, just like you. Huh? What do you He did, actually. Pierre first moved the skeletons with the swords, then the skeletons with the spears. He then returned to the skeletons with the swords again, crossed to the spears, and repeated the movement. Well, it's not much of a big deal. It's called cross-operation. It's to expand the scope of limited control by quickly moving the control of the skeletons. If you can't connect to multiple skeletons simultaneously, the key is to operate 2 at a time and make all the skeletons move. Did you understand that? Step. No sooner said than done, 2 skeletons with spears came forward among Simon's skeletons. Concentrate. He made the skeletons with swords spread their palms. Then, he went to the skeletons with the spears and high-fived the spread palms. Like this, right? The corners of Pierre's lips, who had stood still for a moment, rose up. Bwee-hee-hee. You're certainly fun to teach. What? It's nothing. Let's move on to the real deal if you got the hang of it. Yes. Please come. *****. On the first day of the weekend, Simon practiced undead control and cross-operation with Pierre. As his skills had improved, Simon could now control up to 3 units. The next afternoon, he returned to Kizan. He kept in tune alongside Maylin, Camabarez, and Rick to practice for the actual fight. Simon would try to buy some time with the undeads and the battle would start after striking the Cyclops with 4 exhausts and 1 dark flare at the same time. They'd gradually weaken the Cyclops, and the battle will end in victory after giving it 2 additional dark flares. In order to reduce mistakes, they'd only practiced the same pattern repeatedly. It wasn't an Avalon simulation, and it was nothing but an imaginary battle fought in empty air, but that alone was exhausting. Everyone was sitting on the floor, chugging down some fresh water. Simon. That tutor you had in Rochest on the weekend, who was it? Simon felt a sting at Camabara's question. It's just someone I met through my father's help. Why? I think Simon's undead control has improved by a lot. Yeah. That's actually true. Rick, who was lying on his back in the vacant lot, sat up. Now he's using 3 skeletons at the same time. Is it even possible to improve your skill in such a short time? Maylin also pushed her head in as if she was interested. What kind of person are they? A professional necromancer? From Kizan? All of a sudden, the eyes of the 3 people were focused at once. Simon smiled awkwardly. What kind of excuse should I make? Search ** the novelfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Chapter 39. As their interest towards Simon's tutor suddenly rose, Simon smiled awkwardly. Pierre's clone hanging on Simon's school uniform as a decoration grinned as though he enjoyed the situation. Wahahaha. I'm pretty popular among the kids. My head is ringing, so please be quiet, Pierre. Tell them that I'm willing to teach. If they die and become a member of the Legion. You see, in Kizan, it's forbidden to turn a living person into an undead. Simon forced himself to put a smile on his face and opened his mouth. Sorry. He's a person who's really reluctant to reveal his identity. And he's really busy too. Teaching me alone is already a huge hindrance to his work. Malin made a sullen face. So you're not telling us, huh? How petty. Rick giggled while leaning back into his hands behind his head. It's not being petty, but it's something natural. Simon might have to leave the school if your summoning grade goes up, you know? Would you share if you were in Simon's position? That's true, but... It's not like that at all. I can't share because he's just really busy. Now. It was always Camabaras who arbitrated quarrels. She jumped up to her feet and clenched her fists. We rested for 10 minutes already. Let's get back to practicing. Oh, it's already been that long? Let's quickly do one more round. The practice for the performance assessment continued till late at night. *****. The weekend had passed, and a new week came with the scheduled Cyclops performance assessment. At the same time, there was one big change in Kizan's school life from this week on. Which was Scott Snyder, in deducting you 10 points. That the student protection period had completely ended. The professors could officially evaluate and grade the students now, and they could also punish or take disciplinary action. Did you bring this garbage as an assignment? Too slow. Too slow. Everyone's so damn slow. Assistants. Deduct 20 points to all students who aren't keeping up with the progress right now. Get out of my class right now. The professors of Kizan revealed their true colors as if they were waiting for it. Their attitudes had completely flipped, to the point that it almost made the students doubt if they were the same professors who treated them with kindness. Classes became harder, and students who couldn't keep up with the classes were mercilessly deducted. Students who were judged to be underperforming were also expelled from class. Students were weeping at the changed attitude of the professors, but only now could they feel the reality that they were in Kizan. Weaklings weren't needed in Kizan. As proof of that statement, 20 people packed their things after the student protection period was lifted for 2 days. Despite the midterm exam, performance assessment, and dual assessment not yet being conducted, the dropout rate was this high. Simon also had a hard time adjusting to the changed atmosphere during the 2 days when the student protection period was lifted. If there was a professor who treated students the same as before. Come on, run. Yes, miss. It was Hong Feng of combat magic. To speak the truth, she didn't really care about the student protection period at all, as she made the students hang on a running hippo and climb a hill with a curse on since the beginning of the class. She even recklessly bumped them into a herd of hippos. So, unlike other professors' classes, where their difficulty jumped, Hong Feng's classes were the same. The students came to a point where they felt relatively comfortable with the combat magic class. Of course, Hong Feng wasn't really a professor who nitpicked students and gave them deductions or put pressure on them mentally either. Huff. Huff. Still, it's way better to run thoughtlessly like this. Rick, who was running next to Simon, said this while breathing heavily. I still remember the eyes of Professor Bahil, who gave me 10-point deductions in a row. Huff. Huff. Hooray to combat magic, fucker. I'm going to take it in the second semester too. Simon giggled. Haha. You guys are so relaxed. Simon and Rick turned their heads. Huh? Maylin? Maylin, who was always behind in every running session, was catching up with the two today. She was running frantically even though she looked like she was out of breath and panicking. Huff. Phew. What's gotten into you? Can you just raise your pace recklessly like that? Search the Nelfer.net website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. Instead of answering, Maylin bit her lip and ran past the two of them in the end. Rick's eyes shook. How desperate. Huff. By the way, what's wrong with her? Tomorrow is the Cyclops performance assessment, you see. As the leader of Group 7 and the participating member, she felt a strong sense of responsibility for this Cyclops performance assessment, more so than anyone else. Malin's biggest weakness was her lack of stamina and slow movements, making it hard for her to dodge the Cyclops attacks properly. So, she focused more on training her stamina than Dark Flare for the rest of her time. Honestly, she's really amazing. Ranking first in the written entrance exam. First in Class A. The only person with an average score of 90s on Jane's test. Simon thought that Malin was only a genius, but in reality, she was an extremely hard worker. According to Camabarez, Malin didn't even sleep properly so she could study. They studied together until late at night in the female dormitory lounge, and when she went back after sleeping the next morning, she could still see Malin studying with a tissue in her nose. She said that she overcame her fatigue and drowsiness with drugs and potions so that it wouldn't interfere with her during class. From morning until she fell asleep, study, 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 study. Simon had no idea as to what made her so persistent. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Now, rest. As soon as Hong Feng's instructions were given, the students laid on the grass as though they were waiting for it. The assistant teachers went around and distributed stamina-recovering drinks. Erf. Rick, who emptied his drink at one go, sprawled out on the ground. One thing I'm sure of is that, if you take combat magic classes for 3 years, you'll be so buff by the time you graduate. I'm certain about this. Hearing Rick's joke, Camabarez touched her leg. Simon saw that and giggled a little. Doing some running in combat classes won't get you muscles, Cammy. What? What? No. It's not like that. Cammy's quite slender, so it's okay for her to be a little thicker. I am telling you it's nothing like that. Malin approached at a quick pace at that moment when the sound of friendly laughter lingered between the three of them. Simon. Please take a look at me. HM? That thing where you step on the jet black. She bent her knees and jumped in place. It was considerably high, and jet black was formed properly under her legs. Whoosh! While sliding over the grass, she came down and looked back at Simon with her eyes shining. What do you think? What do you think? Simon scratched his head. You're really good. I mean it. Really? Really? Foo-foo. I kept on practicing for tomorrow, you see. You're really amazing, Malin. To overcome a weakness in such a short time. As Camabarez said, it was an amazing achievement. Of course, she must put in a near unimaginable amount of effort behind the scenes. She looked like she abused her feet till now. The state of them didn't look that good when she was landing. Don't push yourself too hard, Malin. Worriedly said Simon. We were able to hunt the Cyclops during the simulation, you see? The success of the performance assessment is somewhat in our reach. Yes, but I won't be satisfied with just success. A fire lit up in Malin's eyes. First place. I'm trying my best to get first place. When Simon was about to open his mouth to say something, the assistant teachers clapped their hands. Come on everyone, get up. We'll run to the next destination now. Yes. The students, who had become accustomed to Hong Feng's class now, quickly got up and stood in line. Let's go. With Hong Feng's shout, everyone went down the hill while enjoying the cool breeze. This place where yellow grape blossoms were in full bloom looked like the whole mountain covered in gold. Simon couldn't help but admire Hong Feng's eye for choosing only the places with beautiful natural scenery as a class location. Simon. Just then, Hong Feng came out of nowhere. Simon replied in surprise. Ah, yes, Professor? Are you practicing the jet black operation I taught you properly? Of course. Hong Feng had taught Simon the technique of temporarily increasing the bonus capability by activating the jet black in the body. Oh, as expected, you learn it really fast. No matter how much I think about it, combat magic would suit you so much. Ahaha. Professor. It was then. Brett, a combat magic assistant teacher, came running. Brett glanced at Simon once, then quickly turned his head to report to Hong Feng. Somebody got hurt in the back row. A student seemed to have cut their leg a bit. I'll go check it out. Hong Feng patted Simon on the shoulder and ran after Brett. Another assistant teacher then led the students down the hill and called a break. Everyone sat on the grass and drank the refreshments. Cammy, where's Maylin? With Rick's question, Kamabura shrugged her shoulders. I'm not so sure. I thought she's with you guys because I kept on falling behind. At that moment, crowds talking could be heard from behind. After looking back, Simon jumped to his feet and Kamabura's covered her mouth with both hands. Hey, don't tell me. Rick's complexion turned pale as ashes. A female student was seen on an assistant teacher's back among the whispering students. A bandage was wrapped around her ankle. Maylin. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Kizan Central Ward. Maylin was lying down in the bed like a soulless person. Simon, Rick, and Kamaburas were standing around her with hardened faces. Maylin Valen. The doctor in white robes said while turning through the documents. You sprained your leg badly. For the time being, make use of crutches, and going to classes is fine, but make sure to skip all classes with physical activities for around a week. The news struck like a lightning bolt from the blue. Maylin raised her upper body with reddened eyes. And no. I can walk if it's just this much of an injury. Ms. Valen. The doctor smiled and tapped the profile. This is an order, not a recommendation. Maylin strongly bit her lip. I get that you're passionate about the class, but there are things without exceptions. I'm going to exclude you from all classes that require walking. This was the reason why Kizan students didn't want to go to the ward, even if they got sick or hurt. Doctors prioritized the patient's recovery, and students had survival in Kizan as their priority. These two values have always been in conflict with each other. It was natural for doctors to give students a break for a few weeks when they were seriously injured in class, but in time, the absence strains the students' necks. It was your own loss if you got injured. The doctor who gave a one-sided notice went out, and a thick silence dropped in the ward with only the four of them left. Everyone prepared so much for the performance assessment, but the participating member injured her leg on the eve of the actual battle. But no one blamed Maylin. It was an accident, and everyone knew that Maylin worked harder on this group activity than anyone else. Maylin. I'm really sorry. Please leave. Maylin lowered her head and said. I want to be alone. Her face was of a complete meltdown. It didn't seem like any kind of comfort would work at the moment. Rick and Kamaburas looked at each other and nodded. Simon. Kamaburas called Simon in a low voice and grabbed his sleeve. But Simon didn't move. Nothing's going to change, even if you cry here like this. Kamaburas and Rick were surprised. It was a very cold statement that was unlike the usual Simon. Maylin bit her lip even harder and lifted her head. Then what? We have to find another way. A way? Huh. She laughed. It was a very self-mocking and hysterical laugh. You know it too, right? This is the tactic that we worked hard and planned on for a week. We practiced desperately only in this position, and tomorrow is the actual battle against the living Cyclops. What the hell do you mean by a way? I see. Are you being sarcastic to me right now? Yeah. It's all because of me. The reason why you guys will get the lowest score in the performance assessment. Even if this score will be a hindrance later and drop you guys out of Kizan. It's all my fault. If only I didn't hurt my leg by pushing my SE. Stop. Simon's eyes gleamed. The three of them suddenly felt goosebumps rising up their backs. Was that really Simon? It almost felt like he was a different person. As the surroundings became quiet, Simon let out a small sigh and said. If it's okay with you guys, I'll go out as the participating member tomorrow. Chapter 40. Finally, the morning of the performance assessment day came. Class of students were moving to the underground dungeon in carriages. "Isn't it fascinating?" said Camabarez while looking out the window inside the carriage. "To think that this many dungeons and ruins are gathered on the small rock island." Rick shrugged his shoulders. "From what I heard, Nephthys is a manic collector. If she finds these kinds of ancient ruins, she apparently transfers the whole thing to Rogue Island." "Whoa. The whole ruins?" Rick and Camabarez chatted and tried to loosen the uncomfortable atmosphere, but Simon and Maylin didn't speak a word until they reached the dungeon. "Come on, we're here. Everyone, get off." Finally, the carriages stopped, and the students came down. The eyes of the students who were making a lot of noise before the actual battle turned to Maylin, who got off the carriage with crutches. "They're doomed. I heard that she's the participating member and injured herself." The students whispered. "If the participating member is in that state, they can't do anything about it. It's all screwed up from the start till the end." "Well, it helps us." "Shoo. Shoo. Hey, your voice is too loud." Maylin firmly moved forward while trying her best to ignore the whispers. The members of Group 7 followed right behind her. Kizan's underground dungeon was some sort of supersized prison that kept the monsters from the continent captured. Not only monsters, but all kinds of terrible criminals in the continent were also said to be imprisoned at the bottom of the dungeon. Following the assistant teacher, the students moved their eyes with fear. Terrible screams and monster roars were heard from everywhere. It's an unconfirmed rumor, but they say that an angel is chained and sealed on the bottom floor of this dungeon. With Rick's words, Camabarez flinched, and her shoulders shuddered. Please don't scare me. There's no way an angel exists." He. "You think there are no angels when there are devils too?" Fortunately, they didn't go deep into the dungeon. The destination was a place tightly surrounded by bricks carved out of rocks. Like in the training room, a mana projector was hanging on the ceiling. "This way." When they entered, they saw Jane and her assistants, who arrived first and were waiting inside. It was Jane's first class after the student protection period had ended, so everyone stood up with nervous faces. She opened her mouth. "Now, attention. Attention. In the morning, we'll conduct a performance assessment from groups 1 to 8. When you enter the dungeon, you'll face a living cyclops." The assistant teachers went around and handed out paperboards and pens to the students. The life waiver that Jane mentioned in the first class, that no matter what happened in the dungeon, Kizan wouldn't be held responsible. Of course, you can put down the life waiver and leave if your life is more important than anything else. It was something that everyone was prepared for from the moment they entered Kizan. All the students signed the life waiver, and the assistant teachers distributed training uniforms. Again, there are 3 instances in which the performance assessment will be stopped. When the participating member is incapable of combat, when any team member raises their hand and declares abandonment of the test, and when a professor or safety guard determines that further battle is impossible. And Andrew, a personnel dispatched from Kizan headquarters, will be in charge of the safety guard. Standing next to Jane, a man heavily armed with different kinds of equipment bowed his head. He looked taciturn. "Well then. We'll start the performance assessment with Group 1. *****. Group 1 remained, and the other members were guided to the room upstairs. It was a place to take a rest like the waiting room, but one wall was transparent like glass, so you could directly watch the other groups fighting. It's a real cyclops. The scale, it's no joke. I didn't believe that it was a real battle until the very end. What do we do? For real." The waiting room was noisy with students watching the cyclops, but Simon and his group didn't have time to leisurely watch the other groups fight. The 4 of them sat in a quiet corner on the opposite side and discussed plans. Now. Let's loosen up the mood a bit. We still have a winning shot." Rick clapped and proceeded with the meeting. Everyone exchanged opinions in a serious atmosphere. Cheering and screaming was occasionally heard from the students. You could also know which teams won and which teams failed. Of course, Hector and Group 3 succeeded in hunting. Time passed faster than light, and finally, Group 7, to the front. Not knowing how an hour or two had passed, it was already Group 7's turn. See the novelfire.nt website on Google to access chapters of novels early and in the highest quality. All of the members of Group 7 went down with the guidance of the assistant teacher. The students, who had been quiet until Maylin went down, rushed to the transparent wall. Maylin injured her leg, but it looks like they're gonna continue. Is that allowed? I'm sure the doctor put a restriction on her. Wait a second. Someone pointed at one side of the wall. Simon was wearing the protective vest that was worn by the participating member. It's Simon. They changed the participating member to Simon Polantia. Would that be okay? Of course not. They've been relying on Malin's dark flare all this time. All their plans are screwed up at this point. But how will a summoning aspirant hunt down a cyclops? I guess they're just trying to show that they tried their best till the end. Hector, who was sitting on the two seats, had a sharp shine go across his eyes. Simon Polantia is the participating member? Apparently, yeah? Said a male student from Hector's faction while forcing himself to smile. Isn't he someone that got on your nerves? Is it alright for you not to watch them? Hector closed his eyes without answering. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Fuel. Simon took a deep breath, calming his trembling heart. As he put on the vest, a barrier gauge appeared from the mana projector on the ceiling. When this gauge reached 0%, the participating member was automatically judged as incapable of combat, and the test would immediately be stopped. Behind Simon was Rick, Maylin, and Camabara standing in their set positions. Fortunately, Maylin persuaded the doctor, allowing her to play a support role that didn't move from its position. Nothing big has changed, said Simon while turning back to the members. Even if the situation has changed a little, it's not like our efforts disappeared. Let's do our best until the end. The three nodded. Maylin, who had been dazed for a while, had a terribly serious expression on her face, as though she came to her senses when the performance assessment started. Safety guard Andrew looked at his watch and said, "Please send in the next Cyclops." Rattle. The iron bars of the dungeon went up. The real Cyclops in chains showed itself from the pitch-black darkness. 4 keepers were whining and pulling the chains, leading the Cyclops. Gulp. As he faced the monster, Simon's throat went dry. Its appearance was the same as he had seen in the simulation, but the real thing was definitely something different. Its stench stung his nose, and the unpleasant breathing was heard irregularly. His heart was beating like crazy with the tension. It was terrifying to think of meeting that kind of monster in the mountains. And above the Cyclops' head, a jet-black magic circle was seen floating around. He has lost his focus because of the curse in that magic circle, but as soon as the curse was lifted, had regained consciousness and began to attack the opponent in front of him. Click. Clack. The keepers removed the chains and fled from the dungeon in a hurry. Then, we'll start the performance assessment of Group 7. Jane's voice could be heard from the ceiling. There's no need to overdo it. If you think you can't do it, anyone can raise their hand and ask to stop the assessment. Yes, Professor. Andrew, the safety guard, went invisible and disappeared at some point too. Now, only the 4 people of Group 7 and the Cyclops were left in this place. Removing the curse. We'll commence with the assessment. The magic circle floating above the Cyclops had shattered with a clank. At the same time, the monster's eyes, which had lost all focus, flashed and returned. Gooyak. It let out a huge roar. Simon felt like his body would blow away from just the blast of the wind. Simon! Hang in there! The battle started immediately. Simon pulled the imaginary lever and took out the skeletons. 3 armed skeletons ran in from different directions. Just do as practiced, just do as practiced. Although the participating member changed, The framework of the strategy hadn't changed significantly. While Simon buys time with the skeletons, Rick, Camabarez, and Malin go cursing. It was a strategy to neutralize the Cyclops by stacking up exhausts to the limit and Simon stabbing the vitals of the Cyclops to knock it down. However, bang! The Cyclops didn't deal with the skeletons. It charged like a chariot and smashed the skeletons with his body and rushed towards Simon right away. Huh? What's going on? With bloodshot eyes, the Cyclops swung its club wildly. Thump! Simon hurriedly threw his body to the side. The club fell where he was, and the dungeon shook violently. Rick! Why is this happening? Asked Camabarez in bewilderment as she prepared the curse. It's different from the simulation. Are they trying to show that simulations and reality are different? No, but this is. Rick slightly bit his lips. It's as if it's coming after Simon from the beginning. Bam! 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 The Cyclops swung its club frantically while drooling from its mouth. Simon had to avoid it by rolling on the ground like a ball against the brutal offense. Ugh! His back hurt because of the bumpy stone ground. After dodging all the attacks, Simon jumped up and stretched out his right arm. Rattle! The skeleton who grabbed the Cyclops back slashed it with a sword. Kook! It's a lot harder than the simulation. There wasn't even a scratch on its skin. Perhaps because it didn't do much damage, the Cyclops still ignored the skeleton and only attacked Simon. Calm down. Simon's eyes lit up. Smashing down diagonally. Simon bent his legs and momentarily leaned to the side. The club just crossed above the direction where he leaned. Side swing with a wide breadth. The Cyclops attack missed again as Simon took a short step and slipped back. The students watching from upstairs exclaimed at Simon's splendid movements. Of course, Simon, who was doing it, felt like dying. To think that I ended up using the analysis I did to help Malin. Goo. At that time, when the enraged Cyclops was about to turn around and rush in. Exhaust. The three people standing in the set position finally activated the exhausts. The movement of the Cyclops briefly slowed down, and Simon dug into that moment. Simon, who jumped on the jet black, stretched his arm out behind him. The spear thrown by the skeleton went into Simon's hand. A chance. Wish. Simon's spear flashed like lightning towards the Cyclops' eye. https://dsc.gg/reapercomics